Good morning, Your Worship.
Good morning.
Your Worship, the state is calling case number F473 of 2026. The state versus Charlotte Tibana. That is accused number 1. Oh, the machine is not on yet, Your Worship. Case number F473 of 26, State versus Charlotte Tibana, accused number 1. Accused number 2 is Peter Nonyane. Accused persons are before court. And for the purpose of the record, today is the 28th August 2026, and the court is duly constituted as follows. Presiding officer is Mr. Nechozri. On behalf of the state is advocates M. Polokwane and N. Nzimande. Court interpreter is Ms. Sibidiwa. Accused are represented by Mr. Maluleke. Stenographer is Ms. Mbedzi. Your Worship, this matter is on the roll today for continuation of the formal bail application. Matter was adjourned yesterday, being the 27th of August 2026, to today for continuation. And Colonel Makua was testifying, and the state had concluded the examination in chief. Matter is for cross-examination, Your Worship. As the court
Mr. Maluleke, it confirms that you are for the accused.
Your Worship, I, for the record, confirm appearing for accused 1 and accused 2, and that I have now received the instructions from both parties to proceed with the cross-examination, Your Worship.
And to let me first show in the witness. Colonel, you may stand up. Your full name is Colonel?
Take it, Makua.
Colonel, do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
No.
Will you take the prescribed oath to be binding at your conscience?
That's correct.
You may now raise your right hand, sir, so I can go.
So I'll go.
Thank you. Should you feel you intend to sit down, you are welcome. There's a chair behind you. You can just bend the microphone towards the side. Master Maluleke, cross-examination.
Yes, court, please. Colonel, you testified that I wish to deal with the aspect of contact that you allege to have received from accused number 1. And the following questions will be centering around that aspect. You testified that accused number 1 contacted you after you gave your numbers, correct?
Not necessarily gave, but sent an email to replying to the email that she sent to me.
Yes, that's what I mean, that
That's
she
correct.
could only get the numbers from you and nowhere else.
That's correct.
And that there were arrangements that you and her made. The first one did not succeed. The second one also didn't succeed because you were still engaged in Lubuafomo attending to a bail application,
That's
correct?
Ibiyahlamusela kore wena captain ubunyika mumboni kumbe wena colonel ubunyika mumboni uhlamusela timhaka ta kulo kuri yena muhehli wa ku sungula ubi akufonela se akulava ku hi vulavula hi timhaka tona teto ta ku muhehli wa ku sungula ubi akufonela se a hlamusela ku ri muhehli wa ku sungula i ntiyiso u ku fonerini kambe tifoni number ta wena u ti kumika wena aku ani yo n'wi nyika tifoni number ta mina straight ko va ku timhaka ta ku u ti kumika yona email hi loko se a ni fonela ivi aku se wena na yena a maybe mi endla leswi swa ku mi ta hlangana kambe mi nga hlangani ro sungula swi kotakalangi na ravumbirhi mi nga koti ku hlangana hi mhaka ku wena a wu ri le Lubuafomo u kha u ri busy na n'wana.
And that subsequent thereto, accused number 1 came to your office at their own volition, not because you had summoned her, correct?
No. If you may repeat your question.
That subsequent to remember you said the first arrangement did not work because of court. The second arrangement also did not work. What I'm saying to you now is that subsequent to the second arrangement, she then came to your office, not because you summoned her, but it was at her own volition, correct?
That's correct.
Ibi ahlamusela timhaka ta ku ro sungula u lave ku hlangana na wena swi nga humeleli na ra vumbirhi swi nga humeleli ivi rin'wana a ta hi yena hayi ku munhu un'wanyani a ku yena a kumbe ku n'wi sindzisa ku ri a ta ofisini ya wena i ntiyiso sweswo.
You said that she asked you about an investigation.
That's correct.
A ku ntiyiso u ni vutisile timhaka ta ku endla vulavisisi.
What were your exact words?
Is there any investigation that has been conducted?
Ba ku u te yini kahle a ku na vulavisisi lebyi endliwaka na hi xivutiso lexi a nga xi vutisa.
Was the question specifically about an investigation concerning her, or just a random?
In relation to the purchase of the Mercedes-Benz at Vulnerable Victoria.
Ba ku xivutiso xexo xa ku endliwa vulavisisi a xi vutisela ku ri swi endliwa ehenhleni ka yena kumbe a ti vutisela ntsena na a vutisela ku ya hi mhangu liya yi nga humelela le a Mercedes-Benz a Vulnerable.
And that was the crux of the meeting, nothing else.
Ba ku a ku ri yona mhaka nkulu ya nhlangano wona walowo a ku nga ri na swin'wana.
Colonel, I'll appreciate if you answer my questions directly. My question is this. Was the question specifically about an investigation concerning her? It simply seeks a yes or no answer.
Correct.
Was it concerning her?
That's correct.
A ku vulavisisi byebyo a byi endliwa ehenhleni ka yena i ntiyiso.
And that you confirmed that there was an investigation concerning her?
That's correct, Your Chief.
A ku ni tiyisisa ku ri himpela ku na vulavisisi lebyi endliwaka ehenhleni ka wena.
Before you gave her that answer, did you ask her what made her think that there was an investigation?
I did not.
Ba ku u nga si za
However, she was the one who proposed the meeting. Then I had to listen to what she's bringing to us.
ba ku u nga si za u n'wi vutisa u nga si za u n'wi hlamula u n'wi vutisini ku hikwalaho ka yini u vutisa xivutiso xona xexo.
At that time, did you identify her as a suspect?
Of course, he was a suspect, per se.
A ku i ntiyiso hi nkarhi walowo a ku ri yena muehleketeriwa.
Did you tell her who was the investigating officer on the matter?
I did not tell her. However, I shared the meeting as the team leader for that specific matter.
Ba ku mi n'wi byerini ku ri i mani loyi a endlaka vulavisisi eka nandzu wona walowo a ku a ni n'wi byelangi kambe ku na leswi nga swi vulavula hi ku hi mhaka a ku ri mina munhu loyi a rhangeli nhlangano wona walowo.
Did you tell her what evidence was gathered?
No. What I told her is that we just obtained a statement from the client, and the investigation is at early stage.
A ku sweswo a ni n'wi byelangi kambe ni n'wi byela ku ri hina hi kuvi xitatimende kusuka eka munhu loyi a nga ta eka hina vulavisisi bya ha endliwa bya ha ya mahlweni.
Did you disclose any confidential information?
What type of confidential information that would be disclosed to?
Any that you can think of. You were in the meeting with her. That's why I'm asking you.
Not necessarily. However, our discussions went further to a point whereby I told her to say that, what you're telling me, you're lying to me, because I know what you did. And both we know that money is coming from certain account to another account before it landed to the vulnerable Mercedes-Benz.
Ba ku se ku na vumbhoni lebya xihundla lebyi mi nga n'wi byela byona na a ku vulavula hi byihi a ku a ni swi tivi swin'wana na swin'wana a ni a ri kona kwala ka nhlangano wona wolowo se ivi a hlamusela timhaka ta ku sweswo a ni n'wi byelangi kambe leswi me ni nga swi vulavula lahaya ka nhlangano wa hina ni yo n'wi byela ku ri wena u vulavula vunwa ene wa swi tiva ku mina na swi tiva ku ri leswi swi vulavulaka i mavunwa ni nga siza ni n'wi byela timhaka ta ku wa swi tiva na ku mali yaleyo yi huma kwihi ni nga swi n'wi byela hi mhaka ya ku ku na nandzu luya wa le a Vonderbom.
So is your answer to my question that you did not disclose any confidential information?
No.
Aku intiyiso a ku na timhaka ta xihundla lexi ni nga swi vulavula.
At the time of this meeting, had you been formally assigned to investigate this matter yourself, or was it somebody else?
The investigation was still at early stage. I wouldn't know if the matter was already been assigned to a specific investigating officer, but what I can tell is that I was leading the team, and I wouldn't say I already assigned the matter to an investigating officer or not, but what happens in along the matter was later assigned to Constable Television.
Seba ku loko ku endliwa nhlangano wona walowo wena a wu ri wena munhu loyi a endla vulavisisi eka nandzu wona wolowo na a ku sweswo ni nge koti ku swi hlamusela ngopfu ku ri se a va nyiki munhu ku ri nandzu ku va yena se a ku ri na phorisa leri a ri rona ri endlaka vulavisisi kumbe a ku nga ri na phorisa na hi ku a ka ha ri mpundzu ngopfu ku ri ni nga tiva timhaka tona teto lexi ni xi tivaku i ku mina a no va murhangeri kwalano mara a mahetelelweni ku vi va nyika yena Tshwane ku ri ku va yena phorisa leri ri endlaka vulavisisi eka nandzu loyiwani.
And I can add to say that by then I would say I was still in the investigative office of that night.
Loko ni ku ni nga ngetelela timhaka ta kona mina a na ha ri phorisa leri endlaka vulavisisi eka nandzu wona walowo.
That's what I'm asking you. Whether you were formally assigned to investigate the matter, but what you're answering is not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I cannot recall as to whether the matter was assigned or not by that time, but that particular investigation was following within my group, and I was charged with the responsibilities to oversee every matter that is within my desk.
Your Worship, may I request the court's assistant to remind the witness to allow me an opportunity to finish my questions before he answers? I was not done, I was speaking, he just interrupted and responded.
I think you are also doing the same, because when he is speaking, you are also doing the same. So what I want to advise both of you, ask a question and wait for him to complete, same as yourself cannot respond and complete before you ask the next question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me go back to that question. At the time of this meeting, were you formally assigned to be the investigator? Yes or no?
Yes.
Aku nkarhi wona wolowo wa nandzu lowuwani wena a wu ri phorisa leri endlaka vulavisisi eka nandzu lowuwani ximfumo na aku
In that regard, were you authorized to disclose to accused number one the existence of an investigation in this matter?
Why would I want to disclose such information? If I would have called the witness, the accused before of this court, I would have disclosed. But since she's the one who proposed the meeting, why would I have to disclose the content of the matter?
No.
Baku hi mhaka ku wena ku ri wena u endla ku vulavisisi eka nandzu lowuwani a wu pfumeleriwini na ku ri u nga kota ku n'wi byela timhaka leti u tivaka ku leta ta le xihundleni ivi se a ku hikwalaho ka yini ni nga endla sweswo hi mhaka ku a hi mina ni nga n'wi vitana hi yena a nga ti tiyisa laya.
Let's slow down the pace so that we can follow each other. I'm not talking about the confidential information. What I'm asking you is that during the time of this meeting, were you authorized to disclose to accused number one the existence of an investigation against them?
Not necessarily authorized, but if the accused before the court is asking me something in relation to what she proposed that she needed to discuss, at some point I need to give her some hints.
Baku ani nga vulavuli hi timhaka ta xihundla a no vutisa ku ri wena a wu pfumeleriwini na ku ri u nga byela yena muhehliwa vo sungula ku ri ku na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka wena a ku a hi timhaka ta ku mina a ni fanele ku ri ni n'wi byela timhaka hi xitalo kambe loko ko va ku ri na swin'wanyana leswi a swi vutisaku a ni ta n'wi fanisela swin'wana laya na laya.
Am I correct that you testify that the accused number one confessed to the commission of the offense?
Not necessarily confessed. she admitted to say that she did a mistake in transferring the money from a different account.
Bakunda bani vulavula ntiyiso ni ku yena muhehliwa wo sungula u vi a endla leswiya ti vulavula ku ri himpela mina ni endli mnandzu lowani a ku a hi ku u yo ti vulavula leswiya swa ximfumo kambe yena u yo vulavula ntsena ku ri ni endli xihoxo hi ku teka mali kumbexana hi ku rhumela mali ni yi susa eka akhawunti yo karhi ni yisa eka akhawunti yo karhi.
Am I correct that you, as a colonel, are familiar with the requirements of a confession in any event?
That's correct. And I'm also adding again to say that I never mentioned any confession. I said admission.
Baku loko u ri colonel ha swi tiva ku ri wena wa yi tiva milawu ya ku loko munhu a fanele a ti vulavula ku fanele swilo swi famba njhani a ngo ni pfumelana na wena na mina loko ni hlamula laya a ni vulavulangi ku ri u ti vulavurile ku ya hi nawu no vula ku ku na leswi a nga swi pfumela.
My instructions are that the accused neither confessed or neither admitted to commission of any offense in this meeting. What's your comment?
Can't comment on that.
Baku muhehliwa u ri yena a nga zangi a ti vulavula kumbe ku pfumela swo karhi swa nandzu loyiwani a ku a ni na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
To add to that, during that session, Worship, there was a clip that was taken by one of the team members per se, and we can bring it to the court proceedings at the later stage during trial.
Aku loko ni tangetelela ka sweswo ni nga swi vulavula ku vi na nkandziyiso lowu nga tekiwa nkarhi walowo ku ri na nhlangano na walowo loko swi pfumeleleka hi nga tisa nkandziyiso walowo emahlweni ka huvo.
Let's deal with the further aspect of accused number 1. You testified that she's an attorney, correct?
That's correct.
Nyiki mumboni uku I gqwetha muhehliwa wo sungula a ku ntiyiso.
And that she has a professional practice, correct?
That's correct.
Una bindzu ra yena ri ra magqwetha a ivi a ku I ntiyiso.
And that such a practice has got a professional address which is known to her clients, correct?
That's correct.
Na ku la a tirhelaku kona vanhu va yena va ku tiva a ku na sweswo ntiyiso.
And that she has been practicing as an attorney on behalf of certain clients, correct?
That's correct.
Na ku I khale a kha tirhela vanhu van'wana a ku na sweswo ntiyiso.
That she has not she was practicing under her name and not any false identity, correct?
That's correct.
Ibile a tirha a hansi ka vito ra yena hayi ka vito ra mani ra mavunwa.
My instructions are that she, despite all the investigations that you're referring to, she has not attempted to disappear since the inception of same. What's your comment to that?
I think I did explain that in detail during my testimony.
What is your comment to my questions?
Worship, if the accused before the court, she's granted a bail, like as I've indicated before the honorable court to say that they visited countries that are outside South Africa, not once, but many times. She can simply leave the country and go abroad.
Ibe a hlamusela ku ri muhehliwa a ku na na kun'wana laha ku hlamuselaku ku u ze a ringeta ku lava ku balekela nandzu loyiwani a ku sweswo ni swi hlamurini loko ni nyika vumbhoni hi xitalo kambe leswi ni nga swi hlamusetela emahlweni ka huvo I ku loko o nyikiwa xikombelo xa yena xo amukeriwa ni hlamuserini ku ri munhu loyiwani u na ti-passport ene I munhu loyi a nga vhakela matiko ya le handle ko hayi kan'we kambe ko tala loko o huma swi nga endleka a baleka a ya kwele ematikweni a le handle.
And that this and my instructions are further that despite having traveled outside the Republic, as evidenced by a passport, she returned at her own volition, not through an extradition. What's your comment to that?
Yes, because by then there was no investigation or there was no something that forces her to be in the country.
Bakon munhu loyiwani u tshama a kha endzela matiko nala aya a tlhe a vuya hi vuyena hayi hi ku a vuyisiwa hi nawu ako i ntiyiso u swi endlini mhaka ku hi nkarhi wona walowo a nga ri na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka yena kumbe swin'wana.
So today it's different, like the time when they were visiting other countries.
Baku namuntlha swa hambana swi fani na nkarhi luya loko vona va endzela matiko man'wana.
The point I'm putting to you, sir, is that notwithstanding the knowledge of the investigations, as testified in your testimony, as evidenced by her travel records, she still returned to South Africa despite having traveled outside the Republic.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that there was no investigation by then. But now, there is an investigation, and looking at these charges that we put out against the accused number one, the likelihood that he might not return, that he will never return to the Republic.
Mina leswi ku byela ku swona i ku na muhehliwa wo sungula na hambi a kha swi tiva ku ri ku endliwa vulavisisi a henhleni ka yena u vuya endzela matiko ma le handle a tlhe a vuya a kha swi tiva i va ku nkarhi walowo a swi fani na sweswiwani ku na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka yena milandzu leyi a hehliwaku hi yona swi nga endleka munhu loyiwani a balekela milandzu leyiwani a vheta a fambela makumu a nga ha vuyi.
Sir, my instructions are with respect to the fact that at the time that she traveled, as evidenced by the passport in the state's possession, she was already aware of the investigation. I'm not relating to her being charged. I'm talking about the investigation. The question centers around the fact that at that time, she was aware that she's being investigated. That's what I'm talking about, sir.
Yes, you're quite right. Investigation does not necessarily mean that somebody is going to be arrested. We do investigation on cases whereby when we bring it to the attention of the prosecuting authorities, they would at some point tell us to say that you don't have a case. So this one, it was investigated, was brought to the attention of the national prosecuting team, and then the charges were brought against the accused.
Ivi a se a hlamusela ku ri mina leswi ni ku byela ku swona ni ri hi nkarhi luya loko yena a famba a huma a ya ka matiko la le handle a vhakela matiko a le handle a kha swi tiva ku ri ku na vulavisisi a henhleni ka yena a ku vula ntiyiso vulavisisi a swi vuli ku ri munhu a nga khomiwa to va timhaka ta ku hina hi endla vulavisisi ivi hi byisa ka vachuchisi ku va vona va tekaku xiboho ku ri munhu loyiwani ku na nandzu kumbe u fanele a nga na nandzu na se laniwani ku vi ku endliwa vulavisisi and then ivi nandzu loyiwani wu yisiwa kule ka vachuchisi ivi a va muhehla hi milandzu.
For the sake of progress, am I correct that your answer is a yes, that she traveled at the time that there was investigations?
That's correct.
Va ku a pfumelela na ku ri munhu loyi loko a endzela matiko laman'wana a kha swi tiva ku ri ku na vulavisisi a henhleni ka yena na i ntiyiso.
And further that, despite the circumstances surrounding your alleged meeting with accused one and yourselves and your team, the fact of the matter is that it is not in dispute that she previously made herself available to you by means of coming to your office.
That's correct.
But muhehliwa wo sungula loko a va na yona nhlangano walowo wa wena na wena u vi a titisa kumbe a humelela mahlweni ka wena ana vanhu lava u tirhisanaku na vona a ku ntiyiso.
But we should not waive the fact that she wanted to stop the investigation.
Kambe hi nga rivali hungu ra ku munhu loyi a lava ku vulavisisi byi nga yi mahlweni.
Your answer to the question I just asked is that yes, she previously brought herself to you, despite what you say were intentions.
Of course, yes, but I need to give a clear picture to the court as to what is happening around what pertaining that meeting that took place.
va ku ha twanana kambe mina na wena ku ri ku kahle kahle nhlangano lowu a wu ri nhlangano wa yini kumbe ku vulavuriwa yini.
And that the allegations against the accused persons pertains to, particularly accused number 1, pertains to monies held in deceased estate account. Am I correct?
Correct.
Va ku vulavisisi lebyi endliwaka ehenhleni ka yena muhehliwa wo sungula I timhaka ta mali ya ndzhaka I ntiyiso.
And that such monies were entrusted upon her based on a professional capacity. Am I correct?
Correct.
Va ku timali teto a va n'wi tshembi hi tona hi mhaka ku yena hi mhaka ntirho lowu a wu tirhaka a ku ntiyiso.
And that the alleged transgressions that you refer to are reflected in bank records, correct?
Correct.
And further, that the bank records can be obtained independently of the accused, correct?
Correct.
Va ku na record tona teto ti nga kumiwa va hi languti ta yena ya muhehliwa wo sungula a ku na swo ntiyiso.
And further, that the estate records can be obtained independently, correct?
Correct.
Va ku na tona timali teto ta vafu va ndzhaka na tona ti nga kumiwa ti-record ta kona a ku na swo swi ntiyiso.
And that the master of the High Court records are independently available to yourselves, correct?
That's correct.
Va ku na ti-record ta ku le ka master va nga ku nyika tona a ku na swona ntiyiso.
And that the said transgressions are capable of being proved through documentary evidence, correct?
That's correct.
Va ku vumbhoni byebyo I vumbhoni lebyi nga ku I vumbhoni bya ntiyiso a ku I ntiyiso.
Your Worship, it's not an objection per se, but if my learned colleague puts this question of documentary evidence, may at least it be clarified why court pleases.
As court pleases, the documentary evidence I refer to are the issues I raised with him: bank records, the records that are at the master's office, which can be obtained independently. And the foundation of this is going to the aspect of interference. If perhaps my colleague wants to understand where the line of question
Answered,
is.
Your Worship. Thanks, Your Worship.
Can I continue?
Now, you testify that the ultimate intention of accused number 1 to approach you was an intent to stop the investigations. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Va ku a hlamusela ku lexi yi nga endla ku mehliwa wo sungula a ku la ku n'wi vona a endlela ku ri a ta kota ku yimisa timhaka ta ku ri ku endliwa vulavisisi a ku I ntiyiso.
My instructions are that there was no such an intention, and even if they can ever be argued that there is, based on the questions that I've just asked you, these are documentary evidence not in the position of accused number 1, and she has no means whatsoever to conceal such documents. What's your comment to that?
What I can say is that, in her ways, she did mention to say that we don't have to continue with the investigation because she will able to resolve this matter.
Va ku yena a nga zangi a tiyimisela ku ri yena u lava ku vulavisisi lebyiwa byi nga yi mahlweni yena muhehliwa wo sungula nakona na hambi a swi lavini a nga ta swi kota ku swi endla sweswo hi mhaka ku vumbhoni lebyiwani I vumbhoni bya maphepha lebyi va ku I vumbhoni bya maphepha lebyi a nga ta kota ku byi tumbeta. Se a ku leswi ni nga ta xi vulavula laniwani hi nomo wa yena va ri u vulavule timhaka ta ku leswi timhaka letiwani hi nga ti lunghisa.
And that she is of the view that there is no way that she can alter bank records.
That's correct.
Na va ku nakona a ku na la swi nga kotekala ku ri yena a cinca timhaka ta le ta statement swa le bank a ku I ntiyiso.
And that there is no evidence that she can instruct the bank to erase these records.
bakuna kona kwalano ku hava la nga ta ka anga swi kotakali ku ri yena a nga byela vanhu va le bank a ku sula ni ti-record letiwani ta mina.
And that there is no evidence that she can instruct the master to alter the records in his possession. The master of the High Court, meant to say.
Worship, on that one I cannot confirm it, because what I know that is that the information that we just received, that the accused before the court, she used to work in the same office of Master of High Court in Polokwane. So you wouldn't know if you would have contact with the people that are working in altering the evidence that is there.
Bakuna naku swi nge koteki ku ri yena a sula timhaka ta leti nga tsalatsariwa hi vanhu lava vele aka Master of High Court. Ibi a ku sweswo ni nge koti ku swi hlamusela hi mhaka ku hi twi ku muhehliwa wo sungula a tirha kwele a ofisini ya master kwele a Polokwane. Se a hi swi tivi ku ri ku na vanhu lava a nga va ku a vulavulaka na vona lava nga n'wi pfunaka ku lunghisa kumbe ku sula timhaka kwalaya ka maphepha a le ka master.
And further that the master's office, and by the way, the master of the High Court's office, utilize a digital system. There is no way to alter that from her side.
No comment.
Baku vanhu va le ka master va tirhisa swilo leswi swa ti-computer. Se swi nge koteki ku ri yena a fikelela vumbhoni byebyo a kota ku byi sula kumbe ku lunghisa laya na laya a na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
And further that on this very same topic that there is no possibility whatsoever that she may destroy the underlying banking paper trail in this matter.
That's correct.
Baku ebile a swi nge endleki ku ri yena kumbe a nge swi koti ku ri yena a sula timhaka ta vufambisi bya le bank ku ri timali ti famba njhani.
Now, in one of the days of your testimony, you testified that if the court releases the accused persons on bail, there is some danger that may befell or a possibility of danger vis-a-vis accused 1 and accused number 2. And I want us to deal with that topic. This danger, where will it come from?
From the victims.
Baku loko nyika mbhoni u hlamusela ku ri ku ta va na nghozi ngopfungopfu ka yena muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi. Se nghozi ya kona yi ta va yi huma yi ri kwihi a ku yi ta va yi huma ka lava va mangali va milandzu.
Have you received any threats against the accused persons thus far?
Not at all.
Va ri ku na vuchaviseti ku na timhaka ta ku va chaviseteriwa va hehliwa va mi byela timhaka to teto a ku hae.
Is the danger your own perception at the moment, or is it supported by any evidence?
By the public or by the victims or by the accused before the court?
Baku nghozi yaleyo mi vulavula ku hi yona I nghozi leyi n'wina mi ngo mina vumbhoni bya mhaka yona yaleyo kumbe hi leswi n'wina mi swi vonisaka swona na?
Your Worship, it is still not clear. Well, it's a clarity seeking question. Your Worship, in his testimony, the witness said, accused persons before court are a danger to the society and their lives may also be in danger from the victim. So I was just seeking clarity, for the benefit of the record and the witness before court, that it be clear which question relates to which part of this danger that which was testified on by this particular witness.
Mr. Maluleke will be able to clarify that.
Quickly, Your Worship, this regarding the accused person's own perceived danger against them. Hence, the question was from who is this coming from? And I believe the witness has dealt with it successfully by saying allegedly from the victims, unless if that was not clear.
Continue with the questions.
Yes.
I was still asking a question. Whether the danger that you perceive is supported by any evidence so far. If there's anything that you can point to that this is the evidence that these people might be in danger, perhaps the police have gotten winds of some threats that are being made towards the accused persons.
Worship, not necessarily something that I can produce, but I have seen some of the witness that came forth in bringing the affidavits which resulted in adding more charges. And I did mention it through my testimony to say that those victims are so angry and fuming, and that it can be a danger to the two accused before the court.
Kuna ubumboni lebyi u nga na byona na byo hlamusela ku ri lava mbirhi vutomi bya vona byi le nghozini kumxana hi wena u phorisa ku nga va ku ri na vumbhoni byin'wanyana byo khomeka lebyi u nga na byona lebyi nga hi hlamusela ku ri impela loko vo chuchiwa hi beyili lava mbirhi vutomi bya vona byi le nghozini a ko va na mhaka leyi ni nga ku ni na yona yo khomeka kambe ni swi voneni loko timbhoni loko ti ta ti ta ku poteni ka milandzu loko va endla na ti-affidavit tona tetiya vanhu lavaya a va kwati swinene loko va ta ku poteni ka milandzu yona liya se naswo sweswo ni vona ngaku swi nga va nghozi eka vona.
My instructions are that the state is well equipped to deal with any dangers that any person might pose against the accused persons, and such person might face the full might of the law. What is your comment to that?
I did clarify and indicated to this court that worship, we don't want to find ourselves wanting, in a sense that if the accused be granted bail and then they get harm from the victims, we come back here and with different accused of being our victims. So I know that the police, they've got all the measures that they can protect the accused before the court, but the accused before the court, they've got free will. They can go as they want. We're not gonna be after them. And we will not be accountable as to if they get injured, they would say that we as the police, we did not take measures to protect them.
Nje hi ku wena u phorisa u swi tiva kahle ku ri loko ko va na munhu loyi a nga ta endla xo karhi eka vahehliwa nawu wu kona ku ri wu kota ku va sirhelela hi minkarhi hinkwawo a ku loko vo nyikiwa xikombelo xa vona xa beyili xo mukeriwa ivi va ya le handle va ya vavisiwa kumbe va twisiwa ku vava se swi vula ku hi ta va hi vuya laha mahlweni ka huvo hi vuya na vaehleketeriwa van'wani lava a ku ri vona vamangali va milandzu eka milandzu leyiwani maphorisa i ntiyiso va sirhelela vanhu kambe vanhu lavawani va nga ya la vona va lava ku ya kona i vanhu va ta va ri vanhu lava nga chuchiwa va nga chucheka so nge vi timhaka ta ku hina maphorisa hi ta tshama hi kha hi va salasala ndzhaku u kuma ku se va tikuma va ri vanhu lava va nga vavisiwa kumbe va nga vaviseka.
The protection that I can confirm, it's where the accused as we speak.
Ku sirheleleka ka vona loko mina ni nga ku tiyisisa hi loko va ri la va nga kona sweswiwani hi kha hi vulavula.
Colonel Makua, how your perceived danger that might befall 1 and 2, with the fact that this matter emanates from an investigation of 2024, and the accused have been outside for the past 2 years with nothing that ever happened to them?
Worship, let me repeat it again to say that the victims, they believe that their monies are still safe in the estate. But now, since the matter is in the public domain, the victims, they know that their money is no longer there. Their money has been spent, as I've already indicated during my testimony. And it's a common cause that indeed the way their lives, the two accused before this court, how they portray their life in the social media, there is that money has been used to acquire those things that they've been seen on the social media.
Ibise ako ni dzweli lanwani loku uku bahehliwa lava mahehliwa vo sungula na vambirhi vutomi bya vona byi ta va byi ri nghozini loku vo tikuma va ri handle kuve vulavisisi byi sungule hi 2024 and a va ri handle ku ringana malembe mambirhi se leswi mbirhi swi famba njhani ivi aku vanhu lavawani vamangali va milandzu a va tshemba ku ri timali ta vona ta ha ri kona se nandzu lowuwani se u nga humelela a rivaleni wu voniwa hi wun'wana na wun'wana vamangali va milandzu leyiwani va swi tiva ku ri timali ta vona ti fambini se ni swi vulavurini ku ri mali leyiwani a yi kha yi tirhisiwa njhani hi swi vonini va kha va swi komba kwalaya ka ti-social media ku ri vona vutomi bya vona va byi hanya njhani.
To add on that, yesterday when my advocate was aiding the charges, he did mention that one of the estate has been wiped out, only 5,000 that is only remaining on that estate.
Loko ni ku nangetelela ka mhaka yona yaleyo tolo muchuchisi loko a ngetelela milandzu a henhleni ka vahehliwa u hlamusele ku mali yi fambe hinkwayo ku yo sala 5,000 rands eka akhawunti ya ndzhaka ya mufi.
Kenneth, it's not common cause. We don't have a common position at this stage. These are allegations which are, at this moment in time, accused persons intend to plead not guilty. So I put it to you that there is nothing that is common cause between the state and the defense at this moment.
I'm referring to that because we are in possession of the bank records. Even though they were not being disclosed, but I believe they are part of the docket. And that information is there.
Ivi aku Colonel u ta tsundzuka ku ri ka ha ri mavarivari timhaka tona teto vahehliwa va sisa va ti vona nandzu ka nandzu vona walowo vulavulaka hi wona ivi se yena aku ni vulavula timhaka leti mhaka ku ti-record ta le bank ti kona na le ka docket swi kona timhaka letiwani.
Your Worship, may I approach accused number 2?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship, for the indulgence. Can I put it to you that the issues that you are referring to, bank records and further documentary evidence, is what you know will be dealt with in trial. But for purpose of this bail application, that information is not before this court.
Yes, the court business.
Aku Colonel na ku byela ku ri timhaka teto kumbe vumbhoni byo vulavula ku byona bya maphepha swi fana na ti-record ta le bank na maphepha o karhi i vumbhoni lebyi nga ri ku kona amahlweni ka huvo sweswo hi ya tenga hi tona kumbe hi ya tenga hi timhaka tona teto loko hi ya tenga nandzu lowuwani ivi ya ku ni pfumelana na wena.
Let's now deal with the alleged calls that you received from accused number 2, where you indicated that you got a call from him. Can you recall when was this call made to you, sir?
Your Worship, you'll bear with me. I can't remember exact date as to when did I receive the call, but what I can confirm is that accused number 2 called me, and like I indicated to say that my call has got a software or whatever it's named of Truecaller, whereby when one calls me, it reflects the call.
Mako a hi teka timhaka ta ku muhehli wa vumbirhi u ku fowunerini se wa swi tsundzuka ku ri u ku fowunele rini na ivi a ku a na ha swi tsundzuki kahle a na ha swi tsundzuki ku ri muhehli wa vumbirhi u ni fowunele rini lexi ni xi tivaka i ku ri foni ya mina na leswiya swi wu komba ku munhu loyiwani i mani na hambi mavito ya yena ni nga ha tsalangi aka foni ya mina.
In other words, at this moment in time, you are only relying on what you refer to as true caller as proof of this call.
Yes, Worship. I would say I don't have anything for now to put it before this court to say that this is my evidence that I was called by accused number 2. But what I can tell is that Section 205 will be done in respect of my number vis-a-vis the number of the accused, and it will be proven during trial.
Ivi aku wena sweswiwani ku hava mumbhoni byo khomeka lebyi nga hi nyika byona loko swi ta ka mhaka ya ku muhehli wa vumbirhi u ku fowunerini handle ka mhaka leyi u yi hlamuselaka ku na leswiwani va swi vitanaka ku i true caller leswiya swo komba ku munhu loyi a nga fowuna i mani. Aku i ntiyiso ka nkarhi wa sweswiwani a ni na swona a ni na vumbhoni lebyi nga byi nyika mahlweni ka huvo kambe ku na nawu lowu landzeriwaka va ngo i 205 lowu va pfumeleriwaka ku nghena andzeni ka ti-record ta foni ya mina na ta yena muhehliwa leti ti nga ta ya ti ya kumiwa ti humesiwa hi siku ro tenga nandzu.
And to add it up, I have no reason to make false allegation to say that accused number 2 called me.
Loko ni ku nangetela eka hungu rona rero a ni na xivangelo lexi nga ta ni endla ku ni ku muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u ni fowunerini kha ni hemba a nga fowunangi.
Let's turn to the contents of that particular call. Is it your testimony that accused 2 requested a meeting with you on this particular call?
Baku a hi tlheleli eka mhaka liya a mi kha mi hi vulavula loko a ku fowunela yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi uvi a kombela ku va na nhlangano xikarhi ka wena na yena na a ku hi ntiyiso.
Did he threaten you in this call?
I don't take it as a threat, I take it as an interference.
Baku uvi a ku chavisetela na loko a ku fowunela a ku a ni swi tekangi hi ku yena wa ni chavisetela kambe ni swi teki ku ri vukanganyisi byo kanganyisa hina eka hi endla vulavisisi.
So your answer is that he did not threaten you?
Not at all.
Nhlamulo ya wena i ku a nga zangi a ku chavisetela a ku a nga zangi.
Did he ask you to stop the investigation?
No, he never asked me to stop the investigation.
Uze a ku kombela ku ri wena u yimisa na timhaka ta ku endla vulavisisi na a ku
Did he ask you to destroy any evidence on this matter?
No.
Uze a ku kombela ku ri wena onha vumbhoni eka nandzu loyiwani a ku
Did he ask you to alter any witness statement in your possession?
a ku komberini ku ri u lunghisa switatamente swin'wani eka swa timbhoni kumbe swa vamangari va milandzu a va swi humelelangi sweswo.
Did he ask you to remove any evidence from police custody?
No.
A ku kombela ku ri u susa vumbhoni le a mavokweni a maphorisa na a ku
So his purpose, as you understood it, was to request to meet with you and make inquiries on this investigation.
That's correct.
Ku ya hi ku twisisa ka wena a lava ku hlangana na wena ku ri a ta kota ku vutisa loko mayelana na timhaka letiwani ta vulavisisi a ku
Can you point to anything in that particular phone call that aligns with the direction of obstruction of the investigations, other than calling you, asking to meet you, and wanting to make inquiries on the matter?
The question is, why is he interested, wants to discuss the investigation?
Baku kuna swin'wana leswi nga hi kombaka kumbe u nga hi byelaka swona swo komba ku munhu loyiwani a lava ku endla vukanganyisi eka mhaka leyiwani ya vulavisisi. A ku xivutiso yi ta va ku hikwalaho ka yini yena a lava ku tiva hi mhaka ya vulavisisi lebyiwani.
So in other words, you can't point to anything on that specific call specifically that deals with obstruction other than asking to meet you.
Worship, the accused before the court doesn't know me. I don't know him. And there is nothing that makes us to meet or to communicate, other than this investigation?
Baku se uyima emhaka ya ku hava swin'wana leswi anga swi vulavula leswi loko wena u swi langutile u nga ku a lava ku endla vukanganyisi ka timhaka ta vulavisisi. Aku muhehliwa wo sungula a nga ni tivi mina, a ku na lexi xivangelo lexi nga n'wi endlaka ku lava ku hlangana na mina handle ka ku a lava ku hi vulavula hi nandzu lowuwani.
And that my instructions are that no witness has ever reported to you post that call that they were threatened by accused number 2 or influenced by him as a result of the contact that he made to you.
That's correct.
Baku ku hava na report na yin'we leyi humaka ka vamangali va milandzu andzhaku ka ku foneriwa andzhaku ka loko ku fonerile va nyika vumbhoni bya ku muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u ze a va chavisetela.
So the contact that you rely upon as an indication of a possible interference is merely the call that you allegedly received from him seeking to meet you. Is that what you rely upon?
Correct.
Aku timhaka ta ku wena u za u fikelela ka hungu ra ku yena u ta kanganyisa vulavisisi hi mhaka ya foni leyi a nga ku fonela ntsena a hi swona a ngo i ntiyiso.
So now therefore there is actually no specific act that you can point to other than just the call as a sign of interference.
That's correct.
Babon a ku na nchumu lowu nga wu kombaku uku leswi a nga swi endla swo karhi swi komba ku yena la ku kanganyisa timhaka ta vulavisisi handle ka foni yona yaleyo u nga yi kuma a ku i ntiyiso.
So your concern is merely what you believed could be interference by means of calling you. There is just nothing tangible that you can specifically show this court that by doing 1, 2, 3, 4, accused number 2 interfered with this investigation.
Worship, the call was to arrange a meeting. After the accused number 2 has introduced herself, linking him with accused number 2, I already knew what was the meeting was going to be all about.
Just a moment, Carol. You said you have to accuse number 2 introduce himself, linking him with accused number 2.
Yes. Linking to say, introducing to say that I'm Mr. Nonyane, the wife of accused number 1.
The husband.
That is the husband of accused number 1.
Yes, accused number 1 is the wife.
Yes.
Number 2 is the husband.
That's correct.
Yes, I realized that there was.
I could also pick up that there was a bit of an issue there, Worship.
Then I prevented for such engagement to continue.
Baku a ku na nchumu lexi u nga xi hlamuselaku lexi u nga ku yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u endle timhaka ta u lava ku endla timhaka ta vukanganyisi eka nandzu loyiwani xo khomeka handle ka foni yaleyo a wu nga yi kuma. A ku loko muhehliwa wo sungula a fona u vi a ti tivisa ku hi yena mani a ku lava ku hlangana na mina and loko a za ivi a se a vulavula timhaka ta ku yena i mukhalabye wa muhehliwa wo sungula se ni vheta ni swi tiva se ni n'wi sivela ku ya na mahlweni.
My instructions are that the accused, particularly accused 2, since we are dealing with these issues, did not go into hiding after the investigations commenced. And that is how he was arrested. He made himself available, and there's no basis why he won't make himself available if granted bail. What's your comment to that?
I can't comment because I was not part of the arresting team. And I did mention today that at some point I had to leave the investigation.
Baku yena muhehliwa wo sungula wa vumbirhi loko mi sungula na vulavisisi bya n'wina a nga zangi a tumbela hikwalaho ka mi kota kumbe ku fikelela ku n'wi khoma hi ku yena u vi a tiyisa kumbe a ti vonakarisa ivi a ku sweswo mina ni nge koti ku hlamula hi mhaka ku mina a ni nga ri un'wana wa lava va nga n'wi khoma a ni se ni swi hlamuserini ku ri ni vi ni famba mina.
Your Worship, may I approach accused number 2? I just want to clarify one aspect. Thank you for the indulgence, Your Worship. Kenneth, on the call that you received from accused number 2, who did he identify himself as on that call? What did he say was his name on that call?
When I pick up the phone, I usually introduce myself with my rank and my setting, and the caller would identify himself as well.
Yeah.
Like as I'm saying, the caller identified himself as Mr. Nonyane, the wife of accused number, the husband of accused number 1. Then I knew it that the call is in relation to the meeting that took place with accused number 1.
Ivi se a hlamusela ku ri loko a fona yena muhehliwa wo sungula u te hi yena mani loko a fona u te yini kahle kahle a ku mina loko ni hlamula foni ya mina nkarhi yo tala lexi ni xi endlaku na ti tivisa ku hi mina mani na ku ni tirha ni yini entirhweni wa mina ivi se na munhu loyi a nga ni fonela u vi a ti tivisa ku yena Mr. Nonyane ni vheta ni swi tiva ku ri timhaka letiwani ti fambisana na nhlangano loyi a hi nga va na wona na muhehliwa wo sungula.
Sir Court, please. It's your worship. I see it's already 11 o'clock. May the court kindly adjourn for tea.
Scott, please. Asking if you can see short.
Is this your mic tower? This one.
sweswo a swi ku siveli kumbe ku vutisa hi timhaka ta vulavisisi sweswo a swi ku siveli ku ri wena u yisa mahlweni na ku endla vulavisisi a ku ntiyiso.
As far as the time that you were still the investigator on this matter prior to moving to Palabur, you continued with the investigation after the inquiry as well as after the alleged meeting with accused number 1, correct?
That's correct.
A ku nkarhi lowu wena wa ha ri phorisa leri endlaka vulavisisi u vuyisa mahlweni na ku endla vulavisisi eka nandzu lowuwani eka ndzhaku ka loko yena muhehli wa kombela ku hlangana na wena a ku ntiyiso.
And that you still proceeded to obtain whatever necessary information you needed for us to get to where we are today, correct?
That's correct.
U vuyisa mahlweni u kuma vuxokoxoko lebyi byi nga endla ku namuntlha hi tikuma hi mahlweni ka huvo a hi swona a ku ntiyiso.
And you remained in possession of the docket, correct?
That's correct.
Ivi u tshama u khomi dokete yona yaleyo a hi ntiyiso sweswona a ku ntiyiso.
And further that you remain in possession of the evidence already gathered, correct?
That's correct.
Sa mahlweni na vumbhoni lebyi se a wu byi kumini naswona i ntiyiso.
And as such, your investigation was never terminated as a result of the call and or the meeting with accused 1 as well as the call from 2.
Baku vulavisisi bya wena a byi zangi byi yimisiwa endzhaku ka ku kuma ku foneriwa hi yena muhehli wa wo sungula na lowa vumbirhi.
And that in fact, no witness withdrew their statement as a result of the meeting and or the said call.
Correct.
A ku na loyi a nga fika a nga ha lavi a sula xitatimende xa yena a hi mhaka ya ku foneriwa hi muhehli wa wo sungula na foni leyi nga endliwa hi yena a muhehli wa vumbirhi.
And that further that no evidence disappeared as a result of the said call and or the meeting.
That's correct.
A ku na vumbhoni lebyi nga nyamalala hi mhaka ku hlangana na yena muhehli wo sungula na ku foneriwa hi yena muhehli wa vumbirhi a ku ntiyiso.
With respect to the future risk, is it your evidence that bail should be denied for the accused persons appearing before this court who are still innocent on the basis that you believe that they might interfere with witnesses if released?
Not only that, Worship, the charges and the seriousness of this matter, if it comes to the end that they are being found guilty, the sentence is very harsh. And not one easily can stand for that.
Ivi se a ku wena u ri vahehliwa lavawani va nga nyikiwi kumbe va nga xikombelo xa vona xa ku chuchiwa hi beyili xi nga pfumeleriwi emahlweni ka huvo na hambi kho swi tiva ku ri a va na nandzu emahlweni ka huvo nkarhi lowuwani ku fikisela va ta voniwa nandzu emahlweni ka huvo u ku hi mhaka ya ku wena vanhu lavawani va ta hlohlotela tona timbhoni kumbe ku kanganyisa tona timbhoni ivi se a ku a hi timhaka teto ntsena mi ta twisisa ku milandzu leyiwani va hehliwaka eka yona i milandzu leyikulu swinene leyi milandzu ya kona loko munhu o voniwa nandzu eka milandzu leyiwani a nga tikuma a kuma xigovo lexikulu swinene lexi nga endlaka ku munhu a tsandzeka ku swi yimela.
And am I correct then that your concern is a future concern, not what is transpired in the past?
Both, Worship.
A ku ta va ni vulavula ntiyiso ni ku vilela ka wena i ku vilerisiwa hi timhaka ta leswi swi nga ta endleka mindzuku hayi leswi swi nga endleka sweswi a ku ni vilerisiwa hi vumbirhi bya swona.
Colonel, do you have any evidence that applicant 1 and 2 ever attempted to interfere with any processes from Mercedes-Benz? Perhaps based on what you were investigating at that time?
Your Worship, what I can tell the court is that the two accused, after the transaction was picked up that it could be fraud or fraudulent, they went to the Mercedes and they caused a scene, as I've already explained to the court yesterday.
Aku vahehliwa lava mbirhi ku na vumbhoni byo komba ku vona va ve va lava ku endla vukanganyisi eka nandzu luya wa le Mercedes-Benz ivi aku lexi nga xi hlamuselaka i ku vahehliwa lava mbirhi eka ndzhaku ka loko ba ka ma-citizens ba lemuki ku ku na vukungundzwana va yi va ya leni va fika va endla huwa.
Colonel, do you have any evidence, or did you at the time, I accept that you have moved from the matter, at the time that you were investigating, did you ever obtain any evidence that suggests that either applicant 1 or applicant 2 attempted to remove any documents in possession of Mercedes-Benz that might be pertaining to this particular matter?
Not necessarily the document, but the money, as they made some demands. They wanted to remove the money from Mercedes to their possession.
Baku unavumboni lebyi hlamuselaka ku lava mbirhi bazi va ringeta ku lava ku lahla vutlhala bya maphepha le a Mercedes-Benz na ivi aku hayi ku lahla vutlhala bya maphepha kambe bona a va lava ku teka mali leyi a va lava ku yi susa laya va yisa kun'wana.
Colonel, I again ask, I accept that you are no longer the IO. These questions are related strictly to the time where you had control over the docket.
Correct.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that at the time that a refund was allegedly sought, applicant 1 and 2 were aware of this investigation?
I believe the two accused, they were aware. By that time, I think Mercedes were already engaging with me. Hence, the two accused were given my email address to say that this is the person that you to engage with.
Ebise asamtsela ku ri na swi twisisa ku ri se wena a wa ri wena u endla vulavisisi eka nandzu lowani kambe loko va ya le va ku va lava mali ya vona endzhaku a va swi tiva ku ri ku na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka vona na a ku tshemba ku lava mbirhi a va swi tiva ku ri ku na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka vona hi ku loko va ka ma-Mercedes-Benz va ta vulavula na vona va vi va va byela na ku ku na email leyi yi nga na vuxokoxoko bya aphorisa loko mi lava ku vulavula na yena mi nga vulavula na yena.
Colonel, according to your understanding at that time, what date was it that they went to seek this refund? Can you recall?
Not really, Worship. But the information should be contained in the document.
Bakwa sunduka ku ri ba yirini ba ku va lava mali ya vona ndzhaku a ku a na ha swi tsundzuki kahle kambe vumbhoni byebyo byi kona endzeni ka dokete.
Colonel, I'm going to, with permission of court, hand over a letter that was addressed by Mercedes-Benz through its attorneys to applicant 1 and 2. This letter forms the bundle of annexures to the bail applications of both applicant 1 and 2. I would like to, with permission of court, hand the document to the witness, Your Worship. Colonel, of interest on the document that is before you is merely just the date, as well as paragraph 3. And for your benefit, I will read paragraph 3 into record. It reads as follows. It is therefore our instructions that our client has been instructed by Colonel Makua, in brackets, they provide your email address, not to transfer the funds either to the bank accounts as nominated by either of you. Our client await clarification has been received in this regard from any of the reporting and or investigating authorities. I accept that there seems to be a typo on the second line, which perhaps meant that their client were awaiting clarification from you. But of importance is the date being the 6th of November.
Yes.
And paragraph 3.
6th of November what?
6th of November 2024.
Thank you.
Ebise ahlamusela ku ri papila leri ni nga ta mi nyika rona I papila leri nga tsariwa ku ri the 6th November 2024 va tlhe va hlamusela ku ri hina hi tivisiwini kumbe hi byeriwini hi yena Colonel Makuwa va tsala na email ya kona leyi nge makuwa@sabs.gov.za leyi nge mi nga tshuki mi rhumela mali yaleyo eka munhu un'wana na un'wana ku ya hi vanhu valavo va mi byela ku mi endla swona va ku hina ha yimeli bona a ku ni tshemba ku a va lava ku vula n'wina ku ha yimeli ku n'wina mi ta kota ku hi nyika vuxokoxoko hinkwabyo loko swi ta ka vulavisisi lebyiwani a ku lexi xi nga xa nkoka a henhleni ka papila leriwani I date ya ti 6 November 2024 na leswi nga hlamuseriwa eka paragraph number 3.
Yes.
Now, Colonel, my instructions are that at the time we're in, you allege that applicant 1 and 2 attended to the dealership for the refund. They could not have known about any investigations because this letter clearly stipulates what transpired, and they only became aware of your existence through this information that was volunteered by the attorneys of Mercedes-Benz through paragraph 1. And therefore, by merely visiting Mercedes-Benz at that time, it could not have been interference as they were unaware of any investigations. What's your comment?
I'm not too sure as to how many times they visited Mercedes-Benz. Yes, it might be at that time when they received this particular letter, no threat was made to the salesperson, but as I'm saying that there was an incident that took place at that particular dealer, though I do not have the date, but the person that the threat was made to, it can be made, it can easily come and testify as to what transpired between himself or herself and the 2 accused before this honorable court.
Baku, leswi ni lavaka ku tivisa xona ku nkarhi luya loko vona va ya leni va vumbirhi bya vona loko va ya le va ku va lava mali ya vona a va nga swi tivi ku ri ku na vulavisisi a henhleni ka vona hi ku ta languta papila leriwani ri tsale date ya ti 2 ta November. So loko va ya le va lava mali ya vona a va zangi va ya hi mhaka ku va swi tiva ku ri ku na vulavisisi ehenhleni ka vona kumbe ku chaviseta munhu un'wanyana ivi a ku lexi ni nga ta xi hlamusela I ku a ni swi tivi ku ri va yi kangani le ka ndzhaku ka loko va kume papila leriwani a ku na ku mhangu leyi yi humelele rini a na ha swi hleketi kahle kambe lexi ni xi tivaka I ku munhu le va nga ya le ka Mercedes-Benz va va chavisetela munhu loyi a tirhaka laya u kona loko ku ri ku mi lava ku a ta nyika vumbhoni a nga ta.
It could be the same day worship upon receiving the said letter. However, the particular salesperson is the one that will clarify the court as to when the threat was made.
A swi nga endleka ku ri siku rona rero va nga kuma papila hi rona kambe munhu loyi a nga ta swi hlamusela ku antswa hi munhu wo tirha kona kwihi.
Your Worship, I noticed that pursuant to the answer by Colonel, the accused is raising his hands. Thank you for the indulgence, Your Worship. My instructions are that after receipt of this letter, the accused persons have never gone to Mercedes-Benz, and that further investigations will clarify that aspect.
No comment.
Ako bahehliwa kandzhaku loko va kuma papila leriwana va zangi va tlhe va tlhelela ku le Mercedes-Benz vumbhoni byi ta hlamusela kumbe vulavisisi byi ta hlamusela hungu rona rero a ku a na nhlamulo.
And further that as Mercedes-Benz being the complainant on this matter, they have never attempted to influence anybody that works at Mercedes-Benz, be it at Vanderboom, its head office, and or all of its shareholders, to withdraw the investigations on this matter.
it should have came to my attention.
Bako akuna mboni na yin'we leyi nga byeleteriwa ku ri fane yi hlula na ntluwani kambe yo tirha a Mercedes Benz a Vanderbom kumbe kwihi a ku sweswo loko a swi humelerile a ni ta va ni swi tivile.
And that they never attempted to conceal documents that are either at Vanderbom and or at the head office of Mercedes-Benz.
No comment.
Bako abazangi ba ringeta ku nga tumbeta vumbhoni byi nga va byi ri Vanderbom kumbe kwele a ofisini leyikulu ya vona ivi a na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
And that they did not attempt to erase any correspondences that might have existed and or documents to support the existence of any transaction with Mercedes-Benz.
No comment.
Bazangi a ku na lava nga sula kona ka maphepha la a va endla a va tirhisana na kumbe lava tsalatsala kona na vanhu va le ka Mercedes-Benz a ku na lava nga ringeta ku lava ku sula timhaka leti a ti tsariwile ka maphepha na lawo a ku a na hlamula na ka sweswo.
Colonel, is it that the evidence that existed in possession of Mercedes-Benz prior to the 6th of November 2024 is what you relied upon in taking the complaint from them? Or was there any other subsequent information that was provided to do with events post 6 November 2024?
Repeat your question?
Let me simplify it.
Thank you.
Is it your understanding that, or is it the evidence that you have before you that emanates from Mercedes-Benz? Was it procured by Mercedes-Benz prior to the 6th of November 2024 or after the 6th of November 2024?
Just before.
Baku vumbhoni lebyi va Mercedes-Benz va nga na byona va nga byi kuma va nga ku nyika byona va byi kumi before the 6 ka November 2024 na a ku kumbe endzhaku na a ku va byi kumi the 6 ka November ti nga si fika.
So in other words, the evidence that they had in their possession is what they provided to you as is.
That's correct.
Bakuli swi vula ku vumbhoni lebyi va nga na byona hi lebyi va nga ku nyika byona hi ndlela leyi va nga ku nyika hi yona.
So in other words, the evidence before you came as it was obtained and it was not tampered with.
Correct.
Vumbhoni lebyi nga na byona i lebyi byi nga tekiwa and a va zangi va ringeta ku va ringeta ku byi onha vumbhoni byona byebyo a ku ntiyiso.
At the time that you left investigations, were you aware of any attempts whatsoever by other accused 1 or 2 to make contacts to Mercedes or to interfere with the current investigation that was unfolding as far as Mercedes-Benz is concerned?
No, Worship. Not unless if maybe it was not brought to my attention.
Baku nkarhi wona walowo wena wa ha endla vulavisisi kwalaya bya nandzu lowu wani ka Mercedes-Benz ku va na vumbhoni byo kombisa ku lava mbirhi va vi va ringeta ku lava ku endla vukanganyisi eka vulavisisi bya wena kumbe kona ku kanganyisa timbhoni kwele ka Mercedes-Benz a ku a swi tisiwangi eka mina kumbe a ni swi tivi sweswo.
Has a statement been obtained already from the witness on the side of Mercedes-Benz?
That's correct.
Aku statement se xi endliwini xi tekiwini ka vanhu lavaya va le ka Mercedes-Benz.
Is the statement that prompted us to register an inquiry.
Statement lexi nga hi endla ku hina hi sungula ku endla vulavisisi kumbe kona ku sungula ku endla ku vutisa swivutiso.
Just for the record, Ken, how was this complaint made? If you can comment on that, was it through FICA or was it directly from Mercedes-Benz to your office?
It was through the client the employer of Mercedes coming to our office, and affidavit was obtained, which it had some number of annexures, and therefore we registered inquiry, and then investigation started from there.
Baku loko ku xivilelo lexiwani xi tinjhani xi suki xi kha xi huma kwele a Mercedes-Benz kumbe kwele a fika na ivi a ku xi hi xi kha xi suka ka mutirheli wa le Mercedes-Benz u vi a endla ti-affidavit na ivi ku va na vumbhoni byo karhi lebyi byi nga va byi ri kona kwalaya ka affidavit ya yena se hi sungula ku endla swo lava ku vutisa swivutiso loko hi heta hi laha vulavisisi byi nga sungula kona.
What was your understanding at the time where the employee of Mercedes-Benz approached you in terms of his status on making the complaint? Was he making it in his personal capacity or on behalf of Mercedes-Benz?
The statement was made by the client of Mercedes on behalf of Mercedes-Benz, not necessarily personal.
Baku ubu twisisa yini loko a ta ka wena a ta endla statement xona xexo a xi endla kha pota nandzu ku ri yena mumangari wa nandzu kumbe a yimela bindzu kumbe yona company ya Mercedes-Benz a ku munhu luya a yimela bindzu leriya ra ka Mercedes-Benz.
Has that statement already been secured and in possession of the state?
Correct.
Baku statement xona xexo se xi mi xi kuminiki xi le mavokweni a vachuchisi na a ku hi ntiyiso.
I put it to you that now that we are at the idem that the statement is in possession of the state and was already obtained, there exists no possibility that either accused 1 or 2 can either attempt to conceal that statement and or destroy it. What's your comment to that?
Correct.
Ako sweswiwani ku apfumelelana ku ri statement xexo xi na vavuchuchisi kumbe va mfumo swi vula ku muhehliwa wo sungula hava exikarhi ka lavambirhi ka muhehliwa wo sungula na wambirhi ku ri va nga swi fikelela kumbe ku swi kota ku nga onha kumbe ku tumbeta byona vumbhoni a ku i ntiyiso.
Just bear with me, Oshi. Despite not being the current IO at this moment, do you have any idea what investigation steps remain outstanding as of today?
That's correct.
Baku nambi wena u nga ha ri phorisa leri endla vulavisisi eka nandzu lowani wa swi tiva ku ku saleli yini eka timhaka letiwani ta vulavisisi a ku na swi tiva.
What are those steps and how long more or less you think it will take to conclude investigations on this matter?
Worship, I did mention yesterday clearly to say that there are still more people to be arrested in this investigation. And as we speak, there is more victims that are still coming. On those statements that were obtained, we still need to probe their bank accounts, checking the flow of funds. So I cannot be specific as to how long the investigation is going to take. Some of the information is not within our powers. We rely on other entities to provide that information.
Ivi se baku incini leswi nga salela ndzhaku ku ya hi wena nakona vulavisisi byebyo byi ta teka nkarhi wo fika hi kwihi a ku se ni swi hlamuserini ku ri ka ha ri na vanhu vo tala lava nga ta khomiwa ka ha ri na vamangali va milandzu lava va hataku va ta ku mangaleni ka milandzu a ku mi ta sunduka ku ri ha yimeli ka switatamende sweswo swi nga nyikiwa ku ha ri na ku laveka vuxokoxoko hinkwabyo loko swi ya ka tibanka ta vona a ku xin'wani nakona a ku ni nge swi koti ku swi vulavula ku ri swi ta teka nkarhi wo fika hi kwihi hi ku vuxokoxoko byin'wana kumbe vumbhoni byin'wana hina hi byi kuma ka van'wani ku va hi pfuna hi vuxokoxoko kumbe vumbhoni byona byebyo.
What I can add, Worship, is that The investigation that has been done as so far is in relation to 3 files. There is more files that still need to be probed. And on that line, I wouldn't tell to say that when the investigation might be concluded.
Ako lexi ni nga tatisa ku hi xona I ku sweswiwani ku ya hi vulavisisi bya hina tifayili leti hi nga endla vulavisisi eka tona tinharhu ene ka ha ri na tifayili to tala leti ku fanele ku endliwa vulavisisi eka tona hikwalaho ka ni nga ta ka ni nga swi koti ku hlamusela ku ri hi ta heta rini hi ku endla vulavisisi.
The steps that you still have to take in terms of investigations do not necessarily rely on the accused corporations, am I correct? For you to be able to follow through with investigations.
Correct.
Baku magoza lawa lawa ku teka loko endla vulavisisi bya wena a swi fambisani na mhaka ku va hihliwa va fanele va tirhisana na wena I ntiyiso.
But Oship, there's a challenge because some of the witnesses are being contacted already, and that pose interference and intimidation.
Baku kuna nkinga laniwani hi mhaka ku loko ri van'wani vamangali va milandzu se va foneriwile sweswo hi swona swi tikomba kahle ku ri va endla vukanganyisi kumbe kona ku va endla ku vulavisisi byi nga yi mahlweni.
Colonel, my instructions are that such contacts that are alleged to be made are not being made by either applicant 1 or 2, the parties before this court, and that you are well within your right to arrest each and every person that interferes with your investigations. What's your comment to that?
I'm saying so, Oship, because we can prove that because we do have a recording of such.
Baku hina ku byela ku ri vanhu valavo va foneriwaka a va foneriwangi muhehliwa wo sungula kumbe wa vumbirhi loko ku ri na munhu lo a endla ku kanganyisi loko swi ta ka vulavisisi wena wa pfumeleriwa ku nga khoma munhu waloyo a ku ni na vumbhoni ti-record ti kona ta ku ti nga kota ku tisiwa emahlweni ka huvo.
And that can make those people to have a fear to come forth in us obtaining their affidavit.
Baku sweswo swi nga endla ku vanhu valavo va chava ku ta ka hina ku ri va ta endla affidavit ya vona.
Further, Colonel, my instructions are that as far as accused number 1 and 2 is concerned, you may obtain any documents that you need to obtain on this matter independently without their involvement, and they stand no chance of obstructing same, considering that you are saying you wish to probe bank statements, which means that these are digital documents that are far away from control from either 1 and 2. What's your comment?
Yes, Oship. Not only the bank statement that still need to be obtained. I just mentioned to say that even the affidavit from the women beings.
Baku ku ya hi yena muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi loko swi ta ka timhaka ta ku wena u endla vulavisisi bya wena a ku na lava nga nghenelela kona hi mhaka ku u hlamusele ku ri lexi nga salela I ku wena u ta kuma switatimende swo huma kwale ebank se lava mbirhi a va nge koti ku fikelela eka switatimende sweswo swa le bank se ivi a ku ni swi hlamuserini ku ri a hi timhaka ta ku hi yimele ti-record ta le bank ntsena na ti-affidavit fanele ti endliwa.
Can we pause a bit and deal with an aspect related to what you are saying? At the time, and I have to keep saying this because you've already said you're no longer the IO. At the time that you left investigations, whilst accused 1 and 2 were still outside and had not yet been arrested, did you manage, or are you aware if your colleagues managed to obtain evidence such as the affidavits of whatever witnesses that you intend to bring on trial at the time when 1 and 2 were still outside?
If you can just rephrase the question again and simplify it.
Okay, it's okay. At the time where applicant 1 and 2 were outside, prior to being arrested for this matter,
Yes.
are you aware if the state whether it was at the time you were there or at the time that you have left. I just wish to seek a comment from you. If affidavits were obtained from either witness that you seek to rely upon in trial, put aside that there might be further matters, but those that at the time you were still there, are you aware if affidavits were obtained whilst 1 and 2 were still outside?
Yes, I did mention to say that there is a couple of affidavits on the docket. And I went further to say that I, at some point, instructed Captain Lombard and Joubert to go and quickly obtain an affidavit from Mrs. Marshall, other than the affidavits that were obtained from Mercedes-Benz salespersons.
Baku wena colonel nkarhi luya wena wa ha kona na loko se u fambini was loko mi ri kha mi endla vulavisisi byona byebyo ku ya hi wena u tiva ku ri na ti-affidavit leti nga endliwa na ti nga endliwa aka timbhoni kumbe bona va mangali va milandzu a ku se ni swi hlamuserini ku ri na ti-affidavit leti nga endliwa ni vi ni rhumela yena Lombard, Captain Lombard na yena Joubert ku ri va ya teka affidavit kumbe vumbhoni eka yena Mrs. Masha.
Now, Colonel, considering that evidence was obtained from the witnesses that you mentioned by your colleagues, was 1 and 2, applicant 1 and 2 were outside, what evidence do you have to suggest that it might be difficult or for the witnesses that are out there to provide statements? Why is you have obtained evidence? Why is these ones were not arrested?
Worship, at that time we were dealing with the file of Ms. Marshall. So as we speak now, this matter changed altogether. The scope is getting big. As we can see that every appearance the advocate is adding more charges in line with this affidavit that we obtain from those victims that are coming forth.
Baku imhaka ku lava mbirhi a va ri handle nkarhi luya wena nkarhi luya vatirhi kuloni na wena va endla tona ti-affidavit ka timbhoni kumbe vamangali va milandzu se u vona nga ku sweswiwani i ncini lexi nga ta endla ku ri ku va na ntikelo loko swi ta ka timhaka ta ku n'wina mi kuma yona mi kuma switatimende ku huma ka tona timbhoni kumbe vona vamangali va milandzu a ku mi ta swi twisisa ku ri sweswiwani kumbe nkarhi luya a hi tirhana na fayili yin'we ya ka Masha se sweswiwani swilo swi cincini va ku swi cincini swinene hi mhaka ku siku ni milandzu yi se yi kurini yi tele mi ta swi tsundzuka ku ri siku na siku kumbe ko tala muchuchisi u le ku ngeteleleni ka milandzu hi mhaka ya ti-affidavit leti hi yisaka mahlweni na ku tikuma.
So in other words, in practical terms, you could obtain statements when they were outside, and you can still obtain statements when they are inside. Nothing has changed in terms of the state's ability to get statements.
For those that they managed to come, we did obtain the statement from them.
Baku leswi vulaka ku hambi va ri ndzeni hambi va ri handle mi ta swi kota ku mi kuma ti-affidavit tona teto kusuka ka timbhoni a ku na lexi nga cinca a ku ntsena ka lava va nga ti tisaku ka hi va ti tisini lava nga ti tisa eka hina.
Colonel, whilst we're in that issue, you testified that the gallery was full of the alleged victims and that they were angry at the conduct of 1 and 2, alleged conduct. My instructions are, in light of that, all the parties that have attended the gallery, in fact, let me rephrase that, the majority of parties that are here in court are friends and relatives of applicant 1 and 2 who have traveled from their respective places to offer them support. What's your comment to that?
If the court allows, we can check them one by one. Because I can tell the court to say that there is victims out there. Not necessarily the one that lost money. Extended families, which they've got interest to this matter. The witnesses that they're supposed to tender the affidavit, they're outside the province of Limpopo. So arrangements have been made. They will arrive in Limpopo to make these statements. And I can tell you, going forth, more charges can be added.
Aku ubunyika mboni la mahlweni ka hubo oku hubo leyiwani yi tele vanhu lava va nga hlundzuka va kumbexani kona ku kwata hi mhaka ya matikhomelo ya yena muhehliwa wo sungula na wambirhi. Se yimani ku byela mina vanhu lava va nga tala laniwani vo tala va vona i vanghana va muhehliwa wo sungula na wambirhi kumbe maxaka lava nga suka lava tshamaku kona le kule le va ta haleni a khoto va ta ku seketeleni ka lava mbirhi. A ku loko ku ri swa koteka hi nga sungula sweswiwani hi languta hi wun'we ka vanhu lava nga la khoto a swo vula ku ri i vamangali va milandzu lava nga kona na vanhu lavawani va nga maxaka ya vamangali va milandzu va kona kwalani kun'wana. Van'wani lava nga vamangali va milandzu bele kule kumbe timbhoni bele kule a va la ka province ya le Limpopo. Se hi endla timhaka ta ku va fane va ta laniwani va ta kota ku nyika vumbhoni. Lexi ni nga ta gimeta hi xona kumbe lexi ni nga ta ku byela xona i ku ka ha ri na milandzu yo tala leyi taku.
And my instructions are further that despite that you are offering to count the victims in court, the relatives and friends of accused number 1 and 2 can demonstrate to this honorable court that indeed they are here to support them by walking away during proceedings in court.
I respect that, and I appreciate their support, but we should take into consideration that even the victims, they're there, and I believe the court cannot able to rule on that to say that we should identify the victims, but the court should know that there are victims out there.
Aku nambi wena u kha u hlamusela timhaka ta ku hi nga sungula ku hlaya hi wun'we wa vamangali va milandzu laniwani endzeni ka khoto. Lexi mina ni nga ku byela ku xona i ku loko hi se hi vulavula timhaka ta ku lava nga ta vanghana kumbe maxaka a vona va hehliwa humelani handle va ku mi ta swi vona ku ri ku tele vona lava nga ta ku sapoteni kumbe ku seketela muhehliwa wo sungula na wambirhi. A ku swi nga endliwa na nkingha na swona kambe lexi ni nga ta ku byela ku xona i ku na vona vapoti va milandzu kumbe vona va rile eka milandzu leyiwani va kona kwala mahlweni ka huvo. Sweswo huvo ya swi tiva ku ri va kona.
Your Worship, I object to the line of questioning by my learned colleague, particularly that it is clear from this witness that victims of this crime are also, with the utmost probability, available in this courtroom. And when my learned colleague says the supporters of the accused persons and family members can demonstrate by walking out, and those victims, because they are not supporters, friends or relatives of accused 1 and 2 happen to remain, it places them in a dangerous position. Like now, Your Worship, anyone can stand up and go, like my learned colleague suggested it, and they can leave one by one, and then these victims of crime remain here in court. I'm not saying of certain they're there, but it's the testimony of this witness, and they happen to remain. Whilst there is evidence before court that a witness from Mercedes-Benz was threatened by accused persons before court, one of which was carrying a firearm or was in possession of a firearm. Now, what more about, I mean, that is a witness from Mercedes-Benz who was threatened. What more about a victim of crime who would come or who is expected by the state to give testimony on behalf of the state, material evidence on behalf of the state, to come and testify that my money or my inheritance was stolen or was taken, or I was defrauded of my inheritance, and then now he be seen to be remaining in the gallery. And we should also take note of the fact that this matter may be televised, the proceedings here too, may be televised, may be placed in the public domain. So, Your Worship, those witnesses would be exposed. And we're referring here to the likelihood, may be exposed to danger. They may feel threatened that, oh, the supporters, the family members and relatives of accused 1 and 2 walked out, and I was seen to be the one, or the ones who were seen to be the ones remaining. So, Your Worship, I'm not preventing my learned colleague from asking questions, but I'm just saying, in that line, it may pose a likelihood for, or regarding or surrounding the safety of these witnesses. And Your Worship, I'm being precise with the wording.
Going to address the court for a very long time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thanks, Your Worship.
The essence of the question is that suggestion, in the manner he described, may pose that. Do you have any response to that?
Yes, Your Worship, and I'm indebted to the court for the opportunity to respond.
Right.
The question, Your Worship, comes from unfortunately, the state's own leading of evidence. It is the state that led the evidence of its own witness that indicated that the gallery is filled up with victims. And it's upon that, then I took instructions from the parties that are appearing before this court. And they raised this issue, and obviously I have to raise it. Had the state not gone on that line of leading evidence, we will not be able to, we wouldn't have to rebut or deal with what the state has said. It is the state's own statement that created that situation and the platform for us to respond. For example, it's quite interesting that my colleague will now say, if that was to happen, and which that's not what we are suggesting, the witnesses will now be identified. His own witness testimony is that all of them are victims. So already by that testimony, he has already placed them. But, Your Worship, for the sake of progress, we are prepared to withdraw the questions and move on with the matter.
In fact, I wanted to indicate that the objection is sustained. That cannot happen. That the relative of the applicant should walk out and the victim remains. That in itself poses a danger to the witnesses. So we are not to count who are the witnesses or what. You just have to proceed with the line of question, and that one, the objection is sustained.
As the court
pleases.
As the court pleases.
Mina ni alana na xivutiso xa wena loko hlamusela ku ri lava seketela ku muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi loko u komba ku u seketela muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi u fanele u humela ehandle a ku sweswo swi ta veka vutomi bya vamangali va milandzu enghozini hi mhaka ku loko va kha va huma hi wun'we vona va sala lahaya mi ta swi hleketa ku ri ku vi ku na vumbhoni lebyi nga hlamuseriwa ku ri va vi va ya le emercedes benz va ri na xibamu emirini wa vona va fika va kha va chaviseta mbhoni liya se a ku se timbhoni loko to sala ti ri toxe laha mahlweni ka huvo ti vona ku ni sele ni ri nexe mi ta swi hleketa ku ri nandzu lowuwani ku le ku humeni le eka ti-tv hinkwako wa hangalasiwa va ta swi hleketa ku ri hina yi tshembisele hi yexe and vanhu va le ku hi voneni swi veka vutomi bya timbhoni ta mina enghozini ivi yena mgqwetha loko a ti hlamulela a ku ri mi ta swi tsundzuka ku ri xivutiso lexiwani xi vutisiwa hi mhaka ku hi yona mbhoni yi nga vulavula ku ri huvo leyiwani yi tele yi tala hi vanhu lava va nga vona vamangali va milandzu se hina na hina a ho lava ku va kombisa ku ri a ku ka ndzhaku ka loko va vulavula sweswo ni vi ni vulavula na vahehliwa va ni byela ku ri vanhu lava nga tala laha i vanhu lava seketelaka hina ivi huvo yi nghena gqwetha xikarhi hi ku xikombelo lexi nga endliwa hi muchuchisi na ximukela sweswo u nge pfuki u swi endlini laha mahlweni ka huvo swa ku wena u fanele u kombisa hi ku vanhu lava seketelaka vahehliwa a va humi ku sala vona vamangali va milandzu sweswo swi veka vutomi bya vamangali va milandzu enghozini.
Let's move to the aspect regarding the passport that had been surrendered, which are in possession of the state. You testify that the surrendering of a passport will not prevent the accused persons from obtaining another passport. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Baku a hi teka timhaka ta passport u hlamuseli ku ri ku va na ti-passport emavokweni a wena swi nge va siveli ku ri vona va kuma tin'wana ti-passport.
And that is your evidence, correct?
Correct.
Baku byebyo i vumbhoni bya wena.
Are you saying this because a person can apply for a passport online?
Correct.
vulavurisiwa hi leswi mhaka ku munhu a nga kota ku kumela passport hi tona tifoni kumbe to tikhompyuta
Are you relying on your personal knowledge on that aspect?
I know because I did mine as well.
va ku sweswo swi vulavurisiwa hi vutivi lebyi byi humaka ka wena ntsena na ango i na swi tiva hi mhaka na meya me ni kumisi sweswo.
Are you saying that you completed the entire application of a passport online and you received a copy online? Is that your evidence?
No. You apply online, then you need to go visit one of the Department of Home Affairs to collect.
A swona u endla xikombelo xa wena hi timhaka letiwani ta online ivi loko se va xi pfumelini ivi u ya teka kwele kusuhani na wena.
Have you personally investigated the procedure that might be applicable to accused 1 and 2 in terms of applying for another passport?
Not really.
Va ku zi u endla vulavisisi loko swi ta ka ku i ncini leswi swi va fanele ku va swi landzela muhehlo wo sungula na wambirhi loko va lava passport yin'wana a ku a ni swi endlangi.
Have you spoken to an official from Department of Home Affairs about this?
No.
U vulavule na munhu wa le Home Affairs timhaka letiwani a ku
Have you obtained any information from the Department of Home Affairs to the effect or confirming that these accused persons could obtain another passport without presenting themselves for biometric verifications?
Like I said, that the application can be done online and be completed. The only challenge it will be, it cannot be given online. The applicant must visit one of the department and collect the passport.
Uzuvutisa vanhu va le Home Affairs ku ri lavambirhi loko va lava ti-passport va nga nyikiwa ke va nga yangi vona kwele ivi se a hlamusela ku se ni swi hlamuserile ku ri u nga endla xikombelo xa wena online kambe ku nyikiwa passport yaleyo hi xiviri u fanele u ya u ti tekela yona.
Is your answer to my question that you have not obtained anything from Home Affairs regarding this issue? So my question remains unanswered.
Repeat the question.
Have you obtained anything from the Department of Home Affairs confirming that these particular accused persons could obtain another passport without presenting themselves to Home Affairs for biometric verification?
No.
Thank you.
Va ku una vumbhoni bya ku komba ku lavambirhi kumbe u vutisa vanhu va ka Home Affairs na ku lavambirhi va nga kota ku kuma yona passport vona va nga tiyisangi hi xiviri ku ri va ta kota ku languta swo karhi va nga siza va nyikiwa passport yona yaleyo a ku
Do you agree with me that the existence of an online application system does not necessarily mean that the entire passport issuance process take place remotely?
I can't comment on that.
Va ku u pfumelana mina na ku ri timhaka leti ta ku endla passport yona online swi vheta swi helela kokwalaho na ivi a ku sweswo ni nge koti ku swi hlamusela.
Are you aware that part of the requirements that one must satisfy in terms of obtaining a passport is that a branch visit is mandatory in order to obtain the biometric, to capture the biometrics on the system or verification of same?
Could be, but what I can say to the court is that an application can be done online and be completed.
A ku wa swi tiva na ku ri loko munhu a endla passport ya yena a endla hi yona online kumbe tona tifoni munhu yaloyo ya mahetelelweni u fanele a kumbexani loko a lava passport ya yena ya a lava ku yi khoma vokweni wa fanela ku ri a ya kwele a Home Affairs ya le kusuhani na yena ku ri va ta kota ku komba kumbe ku pfumelana na swona ku ri i ntiyiso munhu loyi wa hanya hinkwaswo leswi vuxokoxoko va byi lavaka va byi endla munhu yaloyo a ri kona. A ku sweswo a ni swi tivi lexi ni xi tivaku i ku loko ku ri passport munhu wa kota ku endla xikombelo xa yona hi yona online.
Colonel, are you also aware, or are you aware that that process of application of a passport includes, amongst others, the fingerprints, the photographs, and the signature of the applicant to be availed at the Department of Home Affairs on the mandatory physical visit?
Yes, Worship. The passport application is linked with the ID, which is the information that is already in existence of the Department of Home Affairs. Immediately when you put in your ID numbers, it picks all the details that already been captured.
Baku astiva ku ri loko munhu a endla passport ku laveka yini na ku laveka tintiho ta yena xinepe xa yena ku sayina ka yena a ku i ntiyiso kambe swi fambisana na pasi ra yena hi ku loko va nghenisa nomboro ya pasi ra yena ri vheta ri humesa vuxokoxoko bya yena hinkwabyo.
I put it to you, Colonel, that an accused person cannot simply complete every stage of the ordinary passport process from his computer, from a remote area, without first having to subject himself to Home Affairs physically.
It can be done.
Aku mina na ku byela ku ri a swi kotakali ku ri munhu a nga sungula ku nghenisa xikombelo xa ku yena u lava passport hi computer kumbe hi yini a nga yangi kwele ka Home Affairs hi xiviri sweswo swi endlile.
Especially if you had already one in existence.
Aku swo kotakala sweswo ngopfungopfu loko ku ri u ze u va na yin'wana.
Colonel, what I'm telling you is a matter of fact and law that you cannot complete each and every part of the process of application of a passport without physically attending to the Department of Home Affairs.
No comments.
Aku mina leswi ni ku byela ku swona swi ya hi ku ya hi nawu a swi humeleli swa ku wena u nga kota ku nghenisa xikombelo xa passport u nga yangi wena hi xiviri kwele a Home Affairs. Aku a na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
And other than just your mere explanation in examination in chief of that possibility, you have not been led on the regulations or any directives that deals with these issues. And as a result, that's why you are unable to answer these questions.
That's incorrect.
Baku ku ya hi vumbhoni bya wena wena abazangi loko u nyika vumbhoni abazangi va ku vutisa swivutiso mayelana na mhaka leyiwani hikwalaho ka kona u nga swi koti no swi hlamusela a ku hi ntiyiso.
I did testify in a lot of things whereby I even said we obtained the section 2 the records from the bank, but I did not bring the sections or the legislature in relation to obtaining of the bank records.
Ni vulavuli swilo swo tala kambe akuna nawu lowu ni nga wu vulavula ku ni ku i nawu lowuwani hi wu tirhisini loko hi ya lava ti-record ta le bank.
I don't need to always bring the regulations or the sections when I'm referring to something that I dealt with during the investigation.
Ya swo boha ku mina loko ni vulavula ni nyika vumbhoni ni fanele ni nyika vumbhoni ni tlhela ni hlamusela na nawu wa kona.
Colonel, the preposition I was putting to you is this, that as far as the Home Affairs issues are concerned, we accept that your explanation is incorrect because you were never led on the directives or any regulations of how Home Affairs operates.
Worship, I prefer to reserve my comments as I dealt with this matter a number of times.
Baku se hina ha ku byela ku ri lexi endlaku ku wena u nga koti ku hlamusela hi xitalo loko swi ta ka timhaka letiwani ta le Home Affairs i mhaka ku wena a va zangi va ku byela kumbe kona ku ku kombisa hi mhaka ya milawu ya kwele a Home Affairs. A ku huvo ni ta kombela ku ka ni nga hlamuli hi ku xi ri xivutiso lexiwani kumbe ni hlamuli xivutiso lexiwani ko tala.
I put it to you, Colonel, that there exists a difference, a material difference, between applying for a passport and being issued with a passport.
Yes.
A ku na ku byela ku ri ku na ku hambana kukulu eka ku nyikiwa passport na ku endla xikombelo xa passport. A ku i ntiyiso.
And that completing the online application itself is one part of the application process. It does not conclude it.
Correct. And it's different from one applicant when applying for the first time as compared to the one that applying for the second time or for the third time. The process differs.
A ku endla xikombelo ka yona online a swi vuli ku ri wena se passport liya u yi kumile xo va xa ha ri xikombelo a ku swa fana a ku swa hambana swilo leswiwani a swi fani loko ku ri ro sungula u nge fani na munhu loyi a endlaka xikombelo ku ri ra vumbirhi kumbe ri ra vunharhu.
Colonel, those issues will argue them at a later stage. Safe to say that the applicant must still, at all times, be the first applicant or the second applicant, present himself to Home Affairs.
No comment.
Aku mhaka leyo hi ta vulavula yona amahlweni xo hetisela lexi nga xi vulavulaka i ku muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi xo va xiboho xa ku kumbe va boheka kumbe swi fanerile ku ri loko va yi lava passport yaleyo va ti yisa eka Home Affairs a va na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
And that when you say that the accused can apply remotely, in terms of the process itself, you are referring to the initiation or submission of the application, not its completion.
No comment.
Loko u vona va ta endla xikombelo xa vona ka yona online u hlamusela timhaka ta ku va ta va va endla xikombelo xa nkarhinyana hayi ku ri se va ta va va hetini ku endla xikombelo xa yona passport a va na nhlamulo.
Having been placed in possession of this passport might not be with you physically, but in possession of your colleagues in its entirety being the state. Is there any evidence that suggests that the applicants have applied for a replacement passport?
Your Worship, I object. Your Worship, the Criminal Procedure Act, and that is section 60 subsection 4, refers to a likelihood, not evidence. And a likelihood, Your Worship, succinctly can be explained as on a balance of probabilities, should they be released on bail. As per the testimony of this witness, they would then be able to apply for passports. And he also testified that accused one is in possession of a gadget, and there's a likelihood that she may initiate such applications whilst still in custody. That's the court, please.
Your Worship, I would like to seek clarity from my colleague. What is his objection? What is he saying? So that I can address it properly. I didn't get the foundation of his objection, Your Worship. If you can just repeat that objection.
Just repeat what
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, my objection is based on the fact that my colleague asked the colonel, is there any evidence that suggests that accused persons initiated applications for passports? Then, based on that, I stood to rise to object to the wording of the question, that it is not the standard at this stage that evidence must be placed on record. If evidence is not available, the legislation says the likelihood, the requirement, the standard is the likelihood, not evidence per se. As the court pleases.
No, I hear them, Your Worship. Thank you for the opportunity. I do not see what prejudice will be suffered by the witness answering this question. And this, again, is going to deal with the aspect that, fortunately, he just raised, that the allegation that she's in possession of a gadget. My colleague has just also placed that once again. So the question is based on that allegation that has been made. And the witness can either say yes or no, and we'll move on from the question. It is not to prove the aspect of the likelihood or not. I'm dealing with the real situation that has been presented, that she is in possession, allegedly, of a gadget that can make that a reality.
In fact, the nature of the objection that the state has raised, it's the likelihood, not really in real fact that it will actually happen. And that is the standard that is required in terms of section 60 of the Criminal Procedure Act. more especially when it refers to bail application. You did not go to the extent of trying to have exactly that this is what's happened. The likelihood is that anyone else may actually be able to do that. So I think that is the yardstick that the state is referring to. You canvassed that issue at length about the issue of the passport. And I think he has already given enough answers for which the defense may as well, during the address that in his kinds of arguments. The yardstick is that the court is not looking for actual evidence, it's the likelihood.
Your Worship, if I may respond with respect, I accept that what the yardstick is, and I accept what the standard is. However, there is no other way for the applicants to deal with this particular issue other than posing this question, because now the allegation is that she is in possession of a gadget that may make that a reality. It was either to seek it, but Your Worship, I'm prepared to withdraw.
But be that she has got a possession is the likelihood. Whether it can be a reality or not, the issue is not that she will do it, the likelihood. That is all. I don't think it needs you to pursue it to an extent that the gadget will be used for this or whatever. The issue is that anyone else, not necessarily the accused, there is a likelihood that that may happen.
Your Worship, I'm indebted to the court.
Yes.
Every time you say, I can't go, she be so session. Ushibutisa kuni alana na shiona makakuya inawo kankari wa sweswo ndo kwendiwa xikombelo xa bail ava vulavuli ku fanele ku va na vumbhoni byo khomeka ko va ku vuliwa timhaka ta ku swi nga kotakala kumbe swi nga endleka ku ri munhu a nga endla swo karhi ku fana na mbhoni leyiwana mahlweni ka huvo a yo hlamusela ku ri loko vanhu lavawani vo cinciwa hi yona bail swi nga endleka va endla swo karhi hayi ku ri va swi endlile ivi a tlhela a hlamusela ku ri loko ku ri yena muhehliwa wo sungula va ri u na yona foni se swi nga endleka a yi tirhisa ku endla sweswo hayi ku ri u swi endlile ivi yena gqwetha loko a hlamusela a ku lexi ni karhataku hi mhaka ku a ni le ku hlamuriweni swona hi mhaka ku vanhu lavawani hi vona va nga sungula na timhaka letiwani ta ku muhehliwa wo sungula u na yona foni le a xitokisini se a ni lava ku twisisa mhakankulu kwalano ka mhaka yona yaleyo huvo loko yi nghenelela yi ku nawu wu swi hlamusela kahle ku ri loko endliwa xikombelo xa bail a hi timhaka ta ku fanele ku va na vumbhoni byo khomeka hi nkarhi wona walowo kambe loko va hleketelela ku ri munhu yaloyo a nga endla xo karhi mani kumbe mani hi kona lava va vulavulaka timhaka to teto va ku u ta swi tsundzuka ku ri timhaka leti ta wena timhaka leti ta passport u ti vulavurini hi xitalo kumbe u vulavule hi tona hi xitalo mina a ni ta ku byela ku ri loko ka ha ri na swin'wana u ta swi hlamusela loko u nyika loko u hlamusela ku ri u hlamusela hungu leyiwani ku ri nandzu loyiwani u vona njhani loko se ku hetiwe ku nyikiwa vumbhoni na yisa mahlweni huvo yi ku ni ri va ri swi nga endleka swilo swo tala swi humelela hayi ku ri ku na vumbhoni byo khomeka hi loko se ku kondliwa xikombelo xa bail ku na vutiwa
if you still have questions to this witness.
Yes, I still have quite a lot of questions to this witness.
No, you can ask them until whatever. There's no problem.
Yes.
You may proceed. That's why I said you may proceed.
Okay. Colonel, applicant 1 in an affidavit proposed that in the event that bail was to be granted, there are certain conditions that she was suggesting, such as signing at the police station once a week. I seek to establish from you, in view of the opposition that you have to a release, should the court grant her bail, is this a condition that the state has the capacity to monitor?
Yeah.
Just before that, Mr. Nonyane, You remember he said he's no longer working here. And he has left to another division to suggest someone else is here. And if indeed you have to talk about capacity, then it would mean somebody that took over after he left. Because he talks of the fact that he is now in Polokwane. So it means somebody took over those responsibilities. I'm trying to enlighten you on that.
Your Worship, I accept that Constable Tshwane has since taken over the investigation of the matter.
Not only Constable,
and together with...
Just a moment, Maluleke, not only Constable Tshwane, in his position that he vacated, someone else as a lead investigator has been appointed, I hope so, to work alongside with Constable Tshwane, who has been assigned to the case. So I'm trying to say that if you were to ask that question, it would be better to ask somebody that is currently in that particular division to say there is capacity. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't ask this question, but he said he's no longer here. He is somewhere in another division.
Your Worship, with the permission of court, we humbly request permission to ask this question.
Yes,
because
ask,
this question is in general, it's not necessarily on his side.
Continue to ask it. Let us not waste time.
Yes, please.
Thank you. You can ask.
Can you respond to my question, Ken?
Put it again.
Accused 1 made some proposals in her bail affidavit to the effect that she may, if bail is granted, sign at the police station on a weekly basis. What I wish to find out from you, despite not being the investigator on this matter, despite being in Palaura at this moment, despite somebody else having been appointed in your space, and despite another team, not yourself, looking over this matter, in your own understanding, let alone what accused number 1 says, does the state have capacity to monitor such kind of conditions in general if somebody is requested by any court to sign on a weekly basis? And what are usually the consequences or the actions that the state usually takes if that person does not adhere to that condition?
Worship, yes, there is measures, but from time to time, with my experience, the accused, they don't follow as they've been cautioned by the court to follow those conditions.
Ebise ako loko mayisiwa wo sungula a endla affidavit ya yena ku vi na swilo leswi a nga swi hlamusela aku mina na hambi no nyikiwa swipimelo swa bail kumbe yona milawu ya bail va ku ni yena ya sayina kan'we a police station loko xikombelo xa mina xa bail vo xi mukela a ni na nkingha na swona se a ku ni vutisa ku ri mfumo wa swi kota ku ri u nga swi kota ku languta hungu rona rero ku ri impela munhu yaloyo ve ngeti a tata sayina laniwani u le ku swi hetleni ka sweswo na swi nga ri na mhaka ku se wena u fambini a wa ha ri wena u endla ku vulavisisi eka nandzu lowuwani mara yo lava ku tiva ku mfumo wa nga kota ku languta hungu rona rero na kumbe mafambelo yona ya lawo na a ngo swa endla swi kona hi nga swi endla sweswo ko va ku vanhu vo tala lava va byeriwaka ku va fanele va landzela milawu yo fana na yaleyo a va swi endli.
And based on that, what are usually the steps that ordinarily the state takes if one does not comply with such conditions?
We bring them to court again.
Baku loko vo ka va nga landzeli milawu yona yaleyo switandzhaku swa kona i yini a ku va tisa a la mahlweni ka vukambe.
In other words, are you saying that you rearrest them or you notify the court of the situation?
Yeah, that's the process that court needs to be updated and then warrant of arrest will be issued.
Ako indlela leyi swilo swi fambaka hi yona hi ta tivisa huvo kusuka kwalano ku huma papila ra ku va khomiwa.
With permission of court, Your Worship, I would like to hand up a document to Worship, may I share same with the state? With permission of court, I would like to hand up a copy of the warrant of arrest to the witness in the stand. Colonel, are you familiar with the document that is before you? Or have you had sight to it?
Your Worship, I object. And Your Worship, I'm not rising as many times with a view to disrespect the court and my learned colleague. The difficulty with the document being handed to this witness, I had sight to the said documents. It is an affidavit by Kuchisho Tovejane, who is the witness and constable investigating officer that testified before court, the first state witness. Now, this witness in the witness doc is Putiki Daniel Magua, who happened to be a senior to Constable Tovejane, holding the rank of colonel or lieutenant colonel at that particular time, supervising Constable Tovejane. He indicated that he left the unit. So I'm failing to understand under what circumstances he should be expected to answer questions on a document authored by Constable Tovejane. I'm really failing to understand. Perhaps my learned colleague can clarify, but
I wanted to say that the defense will have to lay the foundation.
Scott,
the affidavit that does not as to the witness now before.
Your Worship,
Mr. Maluleke, the stage is yours.
Your Worship, we do not wish to, under no circumstances, just the state preempted before we could say anything. We do not wish to refer to the affidavit that is attached to the warrant. It's unfortunate that the warrant right behind it has a copy of the affidavit. All that we wanted to deal with was the aspect of the warrant itself. So if perhaps my colleague can be patient and just hear us out what it is that we wanted to raise. It's not a complicated issue. The aspect that we want to ask this witness on this document.
It's not the affidavit.
It's not the affidavit. It's
so what is the purpose of giving him the affidavit?
No, Your Worship, as I've explained, the affidavit is unfortunately attached to the warrant.
Should it be removed?
Yes. What we want to deal with is only the warrant.
He said you must remove the affidavit. I hope he's removing it after he read it, because you just left it with the parties for a long time. But remove the affidavit. Yes? So you said all what you want to do is the warrant.
It's only the warrant, not the affidavit. He didn't depose to the affidavit, Your Worship. Surely I cannot ask him anything on that.
Thank you.
Se mchisa hlamusela mhaka ya ku a ni koti ku twisisa ku ri hikwalaho ka yini va ku affidavit leyiwani yi nyikiwa yena colonel and hi nkarhi wa kona ene sweswiwani a nga ha tirheli halaya ene va ri i affidavit ya yena constable Thobejane loyi a nga le hansi ka yena colonel. So a ni koti ku twisisa ku ri affidavit leyiwani u n'wi nyikela yona ku a ta ku a endla yini hi yona leyi nga tsariwangiku hi yena. Xa vumbirhi no va kona laya a nga ha tirheli kona ivi gqwetha loko ri tlakuka ri ku u yo hi nghena nun'weni hina a hi nga lavi ku nghenelela eka affidavit laha ku vulavula hi papila leriya ra ku munhu a khomiwa ntsena.
Yeah, the court can note that the objection raised by the state is sustained.
It's the court,
Hence,
please.
the affidavit has been removed.
As the court pleases, Your
Thank you.
Worship.
You can now pursue the issue of the warrant defense.
Colonel, I would like to ask you one question only around the issue of the warrant. As to if you can recall at all, considering that the warrant was finally issued on the 30th of July on the matter that you were investigating, can you recall the exact time where you started the investigation vis-a-vis the warrant, as well as when did you leave investigation? That time frame only. I can assist you. Why I say is the 30th, the date appears on the stamp being 2026-07-30, this being the date in which the warrant was issued by court. I'm trying to figure out from the time you started investigation until you left. Can you recall the period in between?
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I see the date on the warrant of arrest, which reads 2026-07-30. Worship, the investigation started November 2024. And I did the investigation with the team up until I left the unit during December. Actually, December was my month of serving a notice after being promoted to Polokwane. So on that month of
December, can you just clarify December of which year?
2024,
Thank you.
it was a short month whereby most of the team members, they go on leave. The entities that we deal with were closing per se, and I know for a fact that on that month I wasn't focusing much on investigation because I was supposed to hand all the dockets that were on my hand to my superiors. So I would say during December there wasn't much that I dealt with as I was focusing on giving all the evidence that were in my position, not specifically for this matter, but other matters that I was dealing with. So the timeline between the two, when I started the investigation and when the J50s were signed off, I'm not sure about the calculations, but about 1 and almost 2 years, or more than 2 years. Yeah, almost 2 years. Thank you, Worship.
Ivi ako colonel loko nanguti papila rona rero ra ku munhu a khomiwa ri komba kahle ku ri huvo yi ri pfumerini hi ti 30 ta July 2026. Se wa ha tsundzuka ku ri u sungule rini ku endla vulavisisi ku fikisela wena u ta famba papila leriwani ri humesiwini hi huvo. Aku a ni nge swi tsundzuki kahle mara leswi nga swi vulavulaka i ku hi sungule ku endla vulavisisi lebyiwani hi November 2024 and then mina a ni ri kusuhani no famba hi December kwalaya hi 2024 ni kha ni kuma ku kurisiwa kumbe ku siwa henhla ni ya tirhela le a Phalavurwa. se a nkarhi wolowo a ku pfari vanhu va lava hi tirhaka na vona van'wanyani se a va pfala se a ku nga ri na swo tala leswi hi nga a ni swi endla ene hi nkarhi wolowo mina a ni fanele ni teka tidokete ta mina ni nyika lava nga ta sala va tirhana na tona a ku se ni nge swi vuli ni nga ku swi kumbexani swi nga swi teki malembe mambirhi ku ya kona kwalaya.
Your Worship, with permission of court, we would like to hand in copy of the warrant as Exhibit D. We'll refer to it in our argument.
There are 2 copies, both of them.
Yes, both of them, Your Worship. The first one is with respect to accused 1. The other one is with respect to accused 2, Your Worship.
Any objections there?
None, Your Worship.
Okay. Both copies of the warrants for both applicants are accepted collectively together as Exhibit number D. Yes.
Mr. Court, please. Your Worship, I see my time tells me it's 5 minutes to 1, unless my colleague can utilize the 5 minutes, but if we can take an early break, maybe come 5 minutes prior the usual time, as the court pleases.
Yes, the floor is with the
Thank you.
are left with few minutes. Maybe it will be walking back to the offices for lunch purposes. Yes.
It's okay, Your Worship. We can deal with it when we return.
Thank you.
Sorry?
I'm afraid I'm in Brooklyn.
This court shall now adjourn for lunch. We will resume at 14. Court now adjourns.
Oh, you warrant of arrest, Jonathan.
Yes, I need them because...
Yeah.
preposition that accused number 2 attempted to influence you. You said that there is an individual, Mr. Nonyane, if I remember well, that called you allegedly on the instruction of accused number 2. Am I correct on the name?
Not necessarily on the instruction of accused number 1.
No, number 2.
Number 2. Yes, there is somebody that called me by the name of Sergeant.
Colonel unyiki mumboni japo ihluwa umbiri ubi alava kwendla vukanganiseki ka mhaka ta wena ka timhaka ta ku endla vulavisisi hi ku rhumela yena Nyoni ku ri a ku fonela a ku hayi ku ri u n'wi rhumerile kumbe yena mwihluwa vumbirhi u rhumele yena Nyoni mara ku fonela Nyoni u n'wi fonerile.
My instructions are that accused number 2 did not request anybody to contact you, and that this individual you are referring to had no instructions from him whatsoever. What's your comment to that?
No comment, Worship.
Akumehluwa umbiri u hlamusela mhaka ku yena a nga zanga kombela munhu kumbe ku byeletela munhu ku a fonela wena wena u ri yini mhaka yona yaleyo a ku a na nhlamulo.
Both accused 1 and 2 instructs me that they have never violated any bail conditions in the past, and they appear this court as people who have always abided by the rules of law, and it's their first time to be arrested. What's your comment to that?
No comment.
Aku vumbirhi bya vahehliwa lavawani va ri vona a va se tshama va nga landzeli milawu kumbe ku tlula milawu ya yona bail kumbe swona swipimelo swa bail I vanhu lava vona va landzelaka nawu ro sungula va khomiwa wena u ri yini mhaka yona yaleyo va na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
And both are well known in the society that it will be very difficult for them to evade arrest if necessary, should they be granted bail. What's your comment?
I think that they are well known, but that will not stop them to come before this court.
Aku ene xin'wana I vanhu lava tivekaka swinene swi nge ku tikeli ku ri u va khoma loko ku ri vo chavela nandzu lowani kumbe vo balekela nandzu lowani aku swona I ntiyiso va tiveka kambe loko swi nge va siveli ku ri va balekela nandzu sweswo.
Lastly, that accused number 2, on his instruction, I placed it on record that he's employed within the state, and it will be much easier to trace him as and when he might be required by the investigators for any other issues pertinent to this case.
No comment.
Ivi ya kumehliwa wa vumbirhi yena swi ta olova swinene ku kuma hi mhaka ku u I munhu loyi a tirhelaka mfumo se loko n'wi lavela swin'wana swo karhi u nga n'wi kuma a ku a ri na nhlamulo ya sweswo.
Before I could omit these two questions, that accused persons have close family ties within the Republic and have no relatives anywhere outside the Republic. What's your comment to that?
No comment.
Aku vahehliwa mindyangu ya vona yi kwala a va na mindyangu yin'wana a handle ka tiko leriwani ra hina ivi a ku a na nhlamulo na ka sweswo.
And that they do not have any assets outside the Republic, in as much as investigation will indeed confirm for you at a later stage.
No comment.
Va ku a va na nhundzu a handle a ka matiko laman'wana a le handle na ku na sweswo a ni na nhlamulo ya swona.
Your Worship, unless if the accused might give any further instructions, I believe that we have concluded our investigation, our cross-examination.
Yes.
I do not see any hand. It will mean that that will be it, Your Worship.
Re-exam state.
Colonel, at the time you testified or you responded to a question during cross-examination that accused number 1 said she made a mistake with the said accounts Do you remember what question you had posed to her?
Not necessarily a question. That came voluntarily to us to say that I did a mistake. I was supposed to transfer money from my personal account. Instead of having multiple accounts, then I had to erroneously transfer from the estate account.
Ibi ako nkarhi luya loko kha u nyika vumbhoni va vutisa swivutiso hi mhaka ya yena muhehlo wo sungula ku u vi a vulavula timhaka ta ku yena u endli xihoxo wa swi tsundzuka ku ri wena a n'wi vutisi xivutiso xa ku yini na a ku a hi timhaka ta ku ni yo n'wi vutisa xivutiso yena n'winyi u yo vulavula timhaka teto ta ku hi ku mina na ti-akhawunti to tala ni vi ni endla xihoxo a ni fanele ni nga tekangi eka akhawunti liya ni teki ka akhawunti ya mina ivi ni rhumela ka akhawunti ni teka ka akhawunti yo ka yi nga ri yona.
Did she ever indicate how would she fix that mistake? As that is what you testified, that you should stop investigating her and she will fix the problem.
Yes.
What did she say?
By paying back the money to the victim, referring to Ms. Marsha.
Baku se ubi ahlamusela na ku ri xihoxo xona xexo lexi a nge u xi endlini a ku u ta xi lunghisa n'wina mi nga ha yi mahlweni na vulavisisi a ku u ta xi lunghisa hi ndlela yihi ivi a ku u hlamuserini u te u ta xi lunghisa hi ndlela ya ku hakela ntlangu wa ka Maxa.
No further questions, sir.
Captain, thanks for your evidence. It has come to an end. You may now be excused. Thank you. Yes, State.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, the State would like to call Ndrungo Beni to the witness stand. And Your Worship, may I kindly hand over to my learned colleague to proceed with the testimony of Mr. Ngobeni.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Full names, witness?
Andrew.
Andrew, do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
No.
Will you take the prescribed oath to be binding at your conscience?
Yes.
Can you raise up your right hand and swear so help me God?
Help me God.
Thank you. Andrew, there is a chair behind you. If you feel you would like to continue with your evidence seated, you are welcome to do so. State, you may now continue.
As the court pleases, Your Worship. Sir, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the National Prosecuting Authority, at the Director of Public Prosecution, Lepompo.
What is your position there?
I'm a senior financial investigator at Asset Forfeiture Unit.
Se mboni leyi nga humelela mahlweni ka huvo a yo hlambanya ku leswi nga ta swi vulavula yi ta vulavula ntiyiso yi ku yona yi tirhela le ka lavaya va vuchuchisi siku hi ku hi yena enkulukumba laya eka ti-office tona titiya ta va vuchuchisi.
How long have you been employed as a senior financial investigator at AFU?
It's 6 years, since 2021.
A ku ni na malembe ya 6 ni kha ni ri yena senior financial investigator.
You say where you are stationed?
I'm stationed at the DPP office here in Polokwane.
Aku ni tirhela le ka vachuchisi lavakulu ka tiofisi ta vachuchisi lavakulu la Polokwane.
What qualifications do you hold as a senior financial investigator?
I have got a diploma in marketing and business management, attained 2001 at Damelin. 2015, I attained my Bachelor of Laws, LLB, with UNISA. I then enrolled at the legal lead to do my practical legal training in 2016. From there, I also enrolled with UNISA for a 1-year certificate in forensic investigation and auditing. I completed my board exam for attorneys in 2019. I completed my LLB while I was still a constable within the SAPS. Then I moved on to the Hawks in 2016 as a financial investigator warrant officer. Then in 2020, I was promoted to a rank of captain at a serious corruption investigation under the section serious corruption offences.
Se lanwani yena mbonile wan ayo hlamsela ku ri u dyondzeki ku fika kweli a hlamsela ku ri u sungule hi yona diploma a kha nghena na yona Damelin a ve a endla na leswa swa nawu ku dyondzela nawu a ku nkarhi wa kona a na ha ri constable a swi dyondzeli la UNISA ivi ni tlheni ya endla leswiya swo ni kota ku ya kumbexana hi ta ku yo training ya byona ka timhaka letiwani ta nawu a ku kusuka kwalano se ni ya ni tirha le a ti-Hawks ku sukisela ni ta yisiwa henhla namuntlha.
Now, what are your duties as a financial investigator in the NPA office?
Is to conduct financial investigating will entail to investigate all realizable assets held by the defendant. Then the defendant, in terms of poker, will be your accused, because we call them the defendant. So we investigate all assets held by the defendant and any other assets where the defendant has given an affected gift to a third person or third parties.
Babu se mitiro ya n'wina leyi mi yi endlaku n'wina mi endla mi tirha ku endla yini a ku hina lavaya va endlaku vulavisisi ka tinhundzu ta va ehleketeriwa a ku ya hi yona phoga ya vona va va vitana vona va hehliwa loko va ta kota ku endla yini ku endla vulavisisi se ku endliwa vulavisisi eka nhundzu ya munhu yaloyo ku tlhela ku endliwa vulavisisi na loko swi ta ka mhaka ya ku loko a nyikela kumbe a nyika munhu xilo nakona kwalano va endla vulavisisi ka mhaka yona yaleyo.
Now, can you take us into detail? How do you do these investigations?
We conduct our investigation through open source intelligence. We can inquire information from social media. We also have got informers, and then we also get information from whistleblowers. And then we have got accesses to different systems to investigate immovable properties held by the defendant, movable properties in the form of access to inertis, and they will also do the profiling of the subject using the system called Consumer Profile Bureau.
Aku va ku se vulavisisi lebyi n'wina mi byi endla njhani a ku hi byi endla hi ndlela to hambanahambana. Xo sungula hi languta timhaka leti hi ti kumaku ka lava va vuhangalasi bya mahungu kumbexani hi kuma vumbhoni byebyo eka vanhu lava va nga ta va hi lumi ndleve kumbexani eka vanhu lava vona va nga ta va va tini bata bika milandzu leyiwani xin'wani na xona ku na ti-system ta hina leti hi kotaka ku fikelela ku kuma vumbhoni byona byebyo na xin'wana ve nge inatis nakona kwalano ha kota ku kuma vumbhoni na ku hi lavisisa munhu hi xitalo na kwalano loko hi heta ku n'wi lavisisa hi kota ku kuma nhundzu leyi a nga na yona.
To add, we also got referrals which comes from different law enforcement agencies like DPCI, the Hawks, the SIU, can be the Border Management Authority, and then any other things where the defendant has derived a benefit or a financial benefit, then we chip in.
And then aku xin'wani hi kuma vuxokoxoko byo tala loko hi byi kuma ka lava va DPCI, the Hawks na SIU na lava va board management, and vuxokoxoko byin'wana lebyi byi hi va hi nyikaku byona loko va heta ku hi nyika byona hina ha nghenelela.
Now, as a financial investigator for the AFU, what is your interest in this case?
No, Your Worship, our interest in this case will emanate from, you will bear in mind that as a country, we were at some stage grey listed by the Financial Action Task Force. One of the reasons which made that findings for us to be blacklisted, to be grey listed, was to say that we are unable to deal or to investigate and prosecute money laundering cases. Then it was then resolved that for us to come out from the grey listing, we needed to, in terms of immediate outcome number 7, to investigate money laundering cases and to prosecute money laundering.
Aku mi ta swi hleketa ku ri ku ya hi report leyi nga hi vikiwa eka ya tiko a ku vikiwe report ya ku hina hi tsandzeka ku endla vulavisisi loko swi ta ka milandzu yo fana na yaleyo, se ku ri hi ta kota ku hi humesiwa eka report yaleyo ya ku hina ha tsandzeka ku endla ntirho wa hina hi laha hi nga teka goza ra ku se hi nghenelela swikulu ka timhaka ta ku endla vulavisisi ka milandzu leyiwani ya vanhu lava kumaku mali va ringeta ku hlantswa ku mali leyi va nga yi kuma hi ndlela yo ka yi nga ri nawini. Hi endla vulavisisi hi tlhe hi nghenelela eka milandzu yona leyo hi vona ku vanhu valavo va tengisiwa.
Now, sir, the accused persons who are before court have been charged with the offences of fraud and money laundering, and the state is opposing their release on bail. Now, can you kindly tell us what is the financial affairs of the accused persons? Did they derive any benefits from the offences which they are before court? Yeah. Starting with accused number 1.
Thanks, Your Worship. We came into this case after the first appearance by the accused on the 17th of August 2026. Then the matter was referred to us by the DPCI that we must look at the financial affairs of the accused persons before the court. Then we used the social media registration of the vehicles held by the accused person before the court. Then the searches which we use is the INATIS. We can use the registration, the license number of the vehicle to find the ownership of the vehicle. Then accused number 1 is found to be owning one vehicle, which is a 2025 Golf 8 GTI, which was purchased in 2025 August the 6th. So that vehicle is financed by West Bank, and the vehicle was taken for a 72-month term repayment. There was no deposit in that vehicle.
Se ahlamusela ku ri loko swi ta va hehliwa hi milandzu ya vukungundzwani, hi milandzu yo kumeka yo ringeta ku lahla vutlhala eka mali leyi u nga yi kuma swi nga ri nawini. Se wena u nghenelela na loko swi ta ka ku lavisisa timhaka ta ku xiyimo xa vona xa timali xi tshame njhani. A ku hina hi vi hi nghenelela eka nandzu lowuwani loko va ta humelela mahlweni ka huvo ro sungula hi ti 17 ta August 2026 loko va DPCI hi vula vona va ti-Hawks va ta ka hina va ku hi kombela ku mi nghenelela mi languta xiyimo xa timali xa lava vambirhi. A ku hi vi hi tirhisa lexiwani va ngo hi yona social media kumbe lavan'wani va hangalasaku mahungu ku ya hi swona leswi hi swi vonaka kwala ka ti-TV. A ku hi vi hi kuma ku muhehliwa wo sungula u na movha leyi vitanaku hi yena ya Golf GTI 8 va ri movha leyi xavi hi 2025 August hi ti 6 a tlhela a hlamusela ku ri movha yaleyo i ya banka ene banki ya kona i West Bank. Va twananini ku ri yi ta hakeriwa hi tin'hweti ta 72.
The purchase price of the vehicle was 1,058,600 rand and 600 rand.
Va ku movha ya kona yi xaviwe hi yona 1,058,000 rand 600 rands.
And the monthly installment for the vehicle for the 72 months is 21,893 and 64 cents.
Va ku xikweleti xa movha yaleyo va te u ta hakela 21,000 rands 892.64 cents 93.64 cents.
How did you obtain this information?
We have created a network with what we call public-private partnership with the private institutions like the banks. Then we share information, but that is for intelligence, because when we need to get the full information, we need to subpoena the bank. But this is just a preliminary investigation, which we have conducted.
A ku vumbhoni lebyiwani hi byi kume hi mhaka ku hi vi hi sungula pfhumba rin'wanyani leri ri vitaniwaku ku i vatirhela mfumo kumbe vanhu lava kumbe timhaka leti ti nga le xihundleni kumbe na lexi nga ri ku xihundleni va kha va tirhisana swin'we. Kambe loko ku ri se ku laveka vumbhoni byo khomeka vanhu lavaya va le bank ha kota ku va vitana va ta nyika va tisa vumbhoni byo khomeka. Kambe sweswiwani vumbhoni lebyi hi nga na byona i vumbhoni lebyi hi nga ta ku a byi helelangi kumbe a hi byi kumangi hi xitalo.
But to add there, the system which I'm having, the one which I called the Consumer Profile Bureau, it gives me the access of all information regarding the credit of the client, and then including all the debts which the client is paying to service providers.
Aku kuna pfhumba rin'wana na rona kumbexani swa ti-computer swilo swa kona loko ni ngheni andzeni ka system yona yaleyo ni kota ku vona swilo hinkwaswo swa yena munhu yaloyo ni n'wi lavisisaku swikweleti swa yena hinkwaswo na kota ku swi vona.
And before I came here, I decided to make copies of the said document so that it can be shared with the court, so that whenever I'm talking about a specific document, every party in the court can have access to what I'm talking about.
akusebe mina ni vini endla tikhopi ta mapapila lawo ni vulavula ku hi wona ni endlela ku n'wana na n'wana ta kota ku swi vona ku ri na loko ni vulavula mi swi vona ku ni vulavula hi yini.
Okay, let's continue with the evidence as you are presenting it. Now, let's continue with accused number 1. Are there any other assets which she owns?
That is the only movable asset the accused number 1 is having. She does not have movable properties under her name.
Bakumehisiwa wo sungula hi yona nhundzu yona yaleyo a nga na yona ntsena u hava nhundzu yin'wanyana yo fana na tiyindlu leyi nga le hansi ka mavito ya yena.
Let's move on to accused or applicant number 2. What assets does he own?
Accused number 2, he's owning a Mercedes-Benz V300D, which he purchased on the 15th of April 2026. It is financed by Toyota Financial Services.
Bakuloko kuri yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi yena una movha leyi venge EV300 leyi anga yi xava hi the 15th April 2026 baku a humesa deposit ya 400,000.
On the 15th April 2026.
Thank you.
So it's it is financed by Toyota Financial Services.
Baku ya hakeriwa mali yona yaleyo hi va financial services baka Toyota.
How much installment is the accused number 2 or applicant number 2 paying on this vehicle?
Okay. The vehicle, the accused paid a deposit.
You can proceed, sir.
The accused person paid a deposit of 400,000 rand into that vehicle, and he was financed for 1,984,202 rand.
Okay. Baku yena muhehliwa ubi a humesa 400,000 rand ya deposit ka movha yona yaleyo kambe labaya ba ti bank ba ba mfumelela xikweleti xa 1,984,202 rands.
The monthly installment to that vehicle is 46,339 rand.
Baku hi n'hweti installment xa kona i 46,339 rands.
The vehicle was taken for a 72-month repayment.
Baku na yona movha yaleyo a va twanani ku ri va ta yi hakela katsongo hi tin'hweti ta 72.
So he also has got a Nissan hardbody MP200.
Baku una movha ya Nissan hardbody.
Can I disturb you, sir, before you proceed? In respect of the vehicle where you say applicant number 2 deposited an amount of 400,000 rand, through your investigations, does it reveal where that 400,000 rand is coming from?
On the 18th of August, when I did the search, I could not identify where the money is coming from for the deposit. As I've alluded that we haven't done the 205 on the account. But a day before yesterday, there was a victim by the name of Mohadi Muechi, who came and then deposed an affidavit before the police to say that in April this year, the estate late of Muechi was paid around 1,370,000. But when we look at the statement which she came with, we discovered that monies were transferred to different accounts by accused number 1. 501,000 was transferred out, and 400,000, which the description on the bank account will say cash, because accused number 2 is also known as Gagash. So when we connect the dot, because that thing happened in April this year, we can indicate that the monies which was paid as a deposit for the V300D was coming from the estate late wage.
Ibise ako se mali leyo 400,000 rands ku ya hi n'wina loko mi endla vulavisisi mi vi mi kuma ku yi huma yi ri kwihi. Ako hi ti 18 ta August loko hi endla vulavisisi a ni kotangi ku kuma kahle ku ri mali leyi yi huma kwihi hi mhaka ku a hi siza hi endla statement xa ku hi kota ku nghena eka tibangi ta vona, kambe ku vi ku va na loyi wani wa ku mangala nandzu ku nga yena Mohadi Muechi u vi ata maphoriseni a ta endla affidavit ya ku yena u lahlekeriwile kumbe ku na mali ya nuna wa yena leyo ringana 1,370,000 leyi a yi fane a yi kuma. Se mali ya leyo hi kuma ku yi vi yi hangalasiwe yi kha yi rhumeriwa eka tiakhawunti to karhi. Se a ku va na mali yin'wanyana yi nga transferiwa yi kha yi huma ka akhawunti yona leyo kumbe ku rhumeriwa eka akhawunti yin'wanyana ya 501,000 rands, ivi ku tlhe ku va na yin'wanyana yi nga rhumeriwa ya 400,000 rand. Va ku mali yaleyo loko yi langutiwa ku yi nga va yi kwihi ku tsariwa ku Gash. Ni ta swi hleketa ku ri muhehliwa vito ra yena
It's also known as Gagash.
Vito ra yena u tiveka hi Gagash. Loko se hi hlanganisa swilo leswiwani, mali leyi yi hangalasiwile hi April. N'hweti yin'we yona yaliya yena a nga ya a ya humesa mali ya deposit ya movha wa yena wa V300.
So, maybe because now I am dealing with the bank statement which was provided by the victim Muechi. There was also an amount of 354,000 which was transferred out of the bank account of Muechi with the description West Bank. Then now, when we looked, we find that such 354,000 then was transferred into the West Bank, which has financed accused number 1 for the Golf GTI 2025.
Aku loko se ni languta statement xa yena Muechi, ha swi vonela ni wani ka statement xa yena xa bank ku na mali leyi nga humesiwa yi nga 354,000 rands, and mali yaleyo va ku yisiwa ka West Bank. And West Bank hi leyi yi nga pfuna kumbe yi pfuna ku yena mhehlo wo sungula ku xava yona movha hi liya ya Golf GTI ya 2025.
Can we just go back a bit, sir? You have testified that an amount of 501,000 rand was transferred to another account. Can you just clarify for the court in respect of that transaction of 501,000?
Okay. Prior to us receiving the complainant from Muyechi, we got information that accused number 2 is a member of a Stokvel account where the Stokvel account had, the members of the Stokvel has opened a bank account with FNB. Then we were provided with a copy of the bank statement covering the 1st of April 2026 to the 30th of April 2026.
Ebe ako say kuna mali le ya 501,000 rand mingo yibi rumeriwa eka ti account tin'wana minga hi hlamusela hi yona ivi se ako ni nga sizania yena Muyechi a nga siza ata ka hina hivi hi endla vulavisisi hi kuma ku kuna account yin'wanyana ya FNB leyi nga pfuriwa hi ti 1 ta April ku fikisela hi ti va ku bank statement ya ti 1 ta April to 30 April va ku laya va ku ku I xitokofela lexi muhehliwa wa mumbirhi a nga na yena a nga kona ka xitokofela xona xexo.
Then we, from the Stokvel account, we discovered that on the 7th of April 2026, accused number 2 has deposited an amount of 500,000 rand.
Baku loko hi languta eka bank statement leyiwani ya xitokofela muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u vi a rhumela mali yo ringana 500,000 rand hi ti 7 ta April 2026.
The description of the transaction read as FNB app payment from Gagash.
Baku loko swi hlamuseriwa laniwani yi ri FNB yi hakeriwini yi hakeriwa yi kha yi huma eka Gagash.
Then on the 7th, from the account of Muyechi, late estate Muyechi, on the very same day, the 7th of April 2026, an amount of 501,000 went out.
Sebaku hi siku rona rero rin'we eka account ya yena Muyechi ku vi ku huma mali ya 501,000 rands yi huma eka account ya yena.
So now, as a financial investigator, I can say these monies which went into the FNB Stokvel account is the same money coming from the account of Muyechi. Although you might find that the account came from Muyechi FNB account to another account as 500,000 rand, but later the recipient transferred it into the Stokvel account with being 500,000 rand, not 501,000 rand.
Baku se mina loko ni endla vulavisisi bya mina na languta ti bank account letiwani kumbe switatimende swa banka leswiwani mina ni ri mali leyi ya 501,000 rands leyi nga huma ka account ya Muyechi yi humi hi ndlela leyi yi humi ka Muyechi yi ya ka account yin'wana ivi loko yi suka ka account liya yi kota ku ta ka xitokofela lexiwani mara se yi ta yi nga ha ri 501,000 rands yi se yi ta yi ri 500,000 rands.
Our investigation will reveal the flow of funds when we are in possession of the bank statement. So far, we don't have such bank statement.
Baku vulavisisi bya hina byi ta hi kombisa ku ri loko ti ri timali letiwani a ti famba njhani loko se hi khome xitatimende xa le bank sweswiwani a hi na xona.
Thank you, sir. Can we move to applicant number 2's assets? You have testified that he owns another asset. Can you take us through that?
Okay, I said that the accused number 2 has got a second vehicle, which is a Nissan Hardbody NP 300, which is not financed, but it's under his name. He's the owner and the title holder.
bakumehliwa umbiri unamovha yin'wanyani ya Nissan Hardboard ya MP 300 so yona a yi hakeriwi hi n'hweti hi n'hweti kambe yi le mavitweni ya yena.
Are those the only assets applicant number 2 owns?
Yona
Maybe for the completeness of that vehicle, I can also inform the court when was the vehicle or became the ownership of the vehicle happened on 2024, November 2025.
Which vehicle?
The Nissan Hardboard, which is not financed.
bakumovha liya yi vi mavitweni wa yena hi 2024 November. Yeah? Hi ti 24.
2024 November.
Oh, 2024 November hi ti 25.
You say which year? 24?
2024 November the 25th.
25th of November,
Yes.
2024.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, are there any assets which the applicants have purchased but are not in their names?
Yeah, there is through the social media, there is a Ford Raptor. The Ford Raptor is bearing it's personal. The license number is personalized. Accused number 1 and 2 in their bill affidavit confirmed that they've got twins, Aya and Ayan, who are 1 year, 5 months. So the registration, the license number, which we normally call the registration number, it is Aya Ayani GP. Then we punched on the system to check the ownership of such a vehicle. Then we found that the vehicle is owned by one Charlotte Tibana. When we further investigate, we found that Charlotte Tibana is a younger sister of accused number 1. So the vehicle was purchased on the 22nd of October 2025.
Ivi ako yisani mahlweni mi byela ku ri loko ku ri vahehliwa lavawani ku na nhundzu leyi nga le mavitweni ya vona ku na nhundzu leyi nga ya vona yi nga ri ku mavitweni a vona na ku na Ford Raptor ya lava mbirhi ya muhehliwa ku na Ford Raptor muhehliwa wo sungula na wambirhi bana va swi hlamuserini ka ti-affidavit ta vona ku ri bana vambirhi mun'wana va nge Aya un'wana va nge Ayani vana va kona va na lembe na tin'hweti ta 5 se va ngo na movha liya yi tsariwe ku Ayani GP. Se loko hi lavisisa laya hi michini ya hina hi lavisisa ku ri i mani n'winyi wa movha leyiwani hi kume ku yi vitana hi mavito ya Rirhandzu Tivani loyu a nga ntsongwani wa muhehliwa wo sungula yi hlamusela ku ri movha leyi yi xaviwi hi ti 22 ta October 2025.
So, in that vehicle, such a vehicle, it's financed by ABSA Finance. And it's the deposit of 600,000 rand was paid on the 22nd of October 2025.
Baku movha leyiwani yi hakeriwa hi ya xikweleti ene ku hakeriwi mali ya deposit yo ringana 600,000 rand and mali leyi yi humesiwi hi ti 22 ta October 2025.
You say the deposit was how much?
600,000 rand. So the purchase price of the vehicle was 1,086,870 rand.
Baku mali mova lewani aidura 1,086,000 rands, 87 rands, 870.
And the monthly installment on that vehicle is 13,746 rand and 52 cents.
Baku imweti mova liya abakufane hakeriwa 13,746.52 cents.
That the vehicle is only financed for 682,224 rand and 25 cents.
Baku mova liya ayi hakeriwa mali leyi ngasala inga 680. Baku yona ayi ba the bank abai fumele kuri bona bata bafuna yona 682,224.25 cents.
And the vehicle also was also taken for 72 months.
Na yona movele yo abatwana ni ku bata yakela kumbe xikweleti xexo bata xi hakela hi tin'hweti ta 72.
Now we are talking about the said Rirhandzu Tshwane because we are saying Rirhandzu Tshwane is being used to launder the proceeds of unlawful activities.
Baku hi vulavula hi Rirhandzu Tshwane hi mhaka ku Rirhandzu Tshwane u le ku tirhisiweni ku ri yena a khoma nhundzu leyi nga kumeka hi ndlela yo ka yi nga ri nawini kumbe leyi yo ka yi nga ri fambangi kahle.
And it is further stated that Rirhandzu Tshwane worked under her sister's law firm.
Baku Rirhandzu Tshwane u tirha le ka bindzu ra sesi wa yena le ra tiloyara.
As a legal officer.
Baku yena officer ya kwele ka swa now.
And the very same Rirhandzu Tshwane on the
My sister's law firm being which? Being which sister?
The accused number 1 and the law firm is called Tshwane Attorneys.
Baku seswa yena I mwesi wa sungula na bindzu ra yena ri vitaniwa ku Tshwane Attorneys.
Now, sir, through your investigations, do they reveal where the said deposit comes from, the said 600,000 rand deposit?
For the raptor, we are not sure or we don't know where the 600,000 rand deposit is coming from.
Ebe se ba kuma switiva ki ku ri mali leyiwani ya 600,000 rand ya deposit yi huma kwihi. A ku loko swi ta ka movha yona yeleyo ya raptor a hi swi tivi ku ri mali yaleyo yi nga va yi huma yi ri kwihi.
You can proceed, sir. Are there any other assets?
Then, now we look at Rirhandzu Tshwane, whom we are saying that she is being used to launder the money. Then we delve into her profile to see who is this Rirhandzu Tshwane.
Baku loko hi vulavula hi yena Rirhandzu Tshwane loyi ngo yena wa tirhisiwa ku hlantswa mali leyi nga kumeka leyi va nga yi kuma hi ndlela yo ka yi nga ri yona kumbe leyi nga ri ku nawini. Hi vi hi nghenelela eka yena hi endla vulavisisi.
We find that Rirhandzu Tshwane also owned a Haval Julian 1.5 Super Luxury, which was purchased on the 7th of May 2026.
Baku ibi kuma kule yena Rirhandzu Tshwane una movha yin'wanyana ya Haval 1.5. Baku movha ya kona xaviwe hi ti 7 ka May 2026. The
purchase price for that vehicle is 400,000 432,678 rand and 2 cents.
Bakwe kuma mova liya bar ai dura 432,000 rand 678 2 cents.
And the monthly installment for the vehicle is 6,253 rand 11 cents.
Bako installment shako na ingwedi is 6,253 11 cents.
The vehicle is financed.
Baku yona movele yo ya bank. Kumbe ya re asika bank.
So the vehicle is financed by ABSA Bank Vehicle Finance.
Baku movele leyo ile asika bank living I ABSA Bank Vehicle Finance.
So now the first accused person before the court, accused number 1, in her bail application indicated that she's earning 80,000 rand from the law firm.
Bakulo kurima iswa usungula hlamseli loko aniendla xikombelo xa bail aku kuma muholo wa 80,000 rand.
And she also indicated that under her she has got 3 employees.
Evi ata hlamsela ku ri ahansi ka yena una vatirhi vanharhu.
I don't know whether from the 3 employees she's also including Rirhandzu Tibana.
A ni swi tivi ku ri ka vatirhi lava nharhu va yena lava a vulavulaka hi vona u hlanganisa na yena Rirhandzu Tibana na.
What I want to bring before the Honorable Court is that what has sparked this investigation was the purchase of the 2015 Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon AG63. 15.
Baku lexi xi nga endla ku ri vulavisisi byi sungula kumbe byi endliwa I mhaka ya ku xaviwa ka movha ya Mercedes-Benz G-Wagon hi 2015 yeah.
Can we just go back a bit, sir? Ranzu that you are referring to, the sister to applicant number 1. How much is she earning? Did you investigate that?
No, we don't have the information of how much from the law firm, but hence I brought this now to say after in November 2025, Ranzu approached one dealer, vehicle dealer, where she wanted to purchase a 2020 V300D. So she produced a salary advice.
2020 V300D. What?
Mercedes-Benz.
Yes, you must give the full
I
details.
thought the court know now the fees.
No, the report doesn't know.
Sebaku yena ka Rirhandzu mizimi ya vulavisisi na loko swi ta ka ku u hola mali muni baku a hi khona a hi endla sweswo a hi yangi le afemeni ya yena leyi a ngo tirha kona hi endla vulavisisi kambe hi November 2025 u vi a ya laha ku xavisiwa kona timovha a lava ku xava movha wa Mercedes-Benz V300D wa 2020.
So on the application, she submitted a salary advice which shows that her basic salary is 141,128 rand.
Baku loko a fika leni a humesa phepha ta kumshani vumbhoni byo komba ku yena u hola mali muni byi byi hlamusela ku u kuma mali yo ringana 141,000 rands 128 rands.
So would I be correct to say that when she submitted the said document to say she's earning 141,128 rand, it's more than what the director is earning, which is applicant number 1?
That is correct, and then it surprised me because that an employee can earn more than the employer.
Bakuso loko yena a fika leni a ba humesa papila rero ra komba ku hola mali muni a ku hola 141,000 rands 128 cents 28 rand. Swi vula ku yena u lava ku hlamusela ku ri yena u hola ku tlula muthori wa yena na ile loyi anga yena muhehliwa wo sungula a ku hi ntiyiso na me swi ni hlamarisini ku ri muthoriwa anga hola ku tlula mutholi na.
So the take home on which is the net pay, it's 86,754 rand.
Baku le ango uyana yona kaya loko ba heti ku koka swilo ute I 86,000 rand 754 rand.
That application for the purchase of the 2020 Mercedes V300D was declined by the bank or the dealer.
Baku xikombelo xexi xa yena xa ku u lava ku xava movhele ya Mercedes Benz ya V300D bavi va xi bakanyela a kule kumbexani tona ti-bank kumbe lavaya va xavisiwa mimovha.
The reason for it to be declined was that at the time when they wanted to, the accused number 1 and 2 wanted to buy the G-Wagon 2015 at Vonderboom McCarthy, they flagged them.
Baku xivangelo lexi nga endla ku ri xikombelo xa yena ri rhandzi xi bakanyeriwa kule I mhaka ku swi humelele hi nkarhi luya muhehliwa wo sungula na wavumbirhi va xava movha le a Mercedes Benz G-Wagon hi loko se va ta swi vona ku ku na swin'wana swo ka swi nga fambi kahle.
When you say they flagged them, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to the service provider who happened to be Mercedes Benz McCarthy.
Aku ni vulavula hi vanhu lava va tirhaka kumbe va khampani ya Mercedes Benz McCarthy.
Although this purchase was done, or the attempt to purchase was done in a different dealer, but also under McCarthy Mercedes Benz.
Bakuna hambi mhaka letiwani to xava movha leyiwani kumbe xikombelo lexiwani xa ku xava movha xi vi xi endliwa aka vaxavisi van'wani va ka va timovha mara a ku ri va ka Mercedes Benz na vona.
Your Worship, it's not really an objection. I just wanted to seek clarification. I don't know if I missed it. I see the witness says they flagged them. Did he perhaps explain who is this them that he's talking about?
Perhaps it's the one that should do that.
Yes.
Can you in detail explain what do you mean when you say they flagged them? Just give clarity.
Okay. At the time when the 2024, when the accused wanted to buy a Mercedes Benz, accused one through his law firm, because now it was seen that the money
is accused number 1. I think
accused number 1
confused because the evidence may sound different. Accused number 1 is a woman. Accused number 2 is the one that is a male. Yes.
No. Okay. Accused number 1, the female, at the time when they wanted to purchase the Mercedes-Benz V300 2015 at Vonderboom, and then which sparked this investigation which they appear today. The Mercedes-Benz flagged them because of it was shown that money
Flagged them being accused number one.
because he
Has been
accused
flagged.
number one, fair and lawfare.
He flagged them. Them who? Them means more than one.
Okay.
Yes.
They flagged her, and the law firm because the monies were coming from the late estate where the victims has entrusted Tibana attorneys.
Sebaku loko ba ku u hlamusela ku ri ku vi na leswi swin'wana va nga swi kuma u vula yini a ku mi ta swi tsundzuka ku vulavisisi lebyiwa byi sungule endzhaku ka loko muhehlo wo sungula a ringeta ku lava ku xava movha liya ya V300D ya Mercedes-Benz, and then a tirhisana bindzu ra yena ku xava movha yona yaleyo va va swi vona ku ri mali leyi yi huma ka ndzhaka ya mufu, se va sungula ku vona ku swin'wana a swi fambi kahle kwalaho.
But just before defense comes in, witness, I don't want you to create maybe a lacuna which will cause both parties to rise up and always object. The evidence which we already have on record seem to suggest that the deal for whatever car at Vonderboom was done under the names of accused number 2. And when you are talking, saying now accused number 1, we don't know what is happening because now it creates a confusion. It's as if you are coming with new evidence different from what of the state who has already testified. So when you give your evidence, be particular with your evidence. Because you must remember, this is supplementary evidence to the evidence already on record. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Your Worship, further to that, the confusion is also, I'm not sure, he says, he refers to a V300 at Mercedes-Benz Vonderboom. I just wanted to get confirmation. Is he referring to a different vehicle over and above the G-Wagon that other witnesses spoke about? I just want that clarification from him.
Yes, I'm referring to the purchase by Rirandzu Tibana, where she wanted to purchase a V300D 2020.
Can you just give the full details of this V300D? V300D, what's the name?
Remember, as you give the details, we have already talked about another V300 for one of the accused.
Yes.
So when you give your evidence, you must be very particular so that we can be able to follow what you are talking about.
Sir, if I can assist you, sir, you have testified that Ranzu who is the sister to applicant number 1.
Sorry, I was thinking let's have a 5 minutes break so that you can interact with him so that he puts his papers properly.
Court, please, Your Worship.
We'll have a 5 minutes again.
Sit down, sit down.
Recalling case number 473 of 2026. This is the matter between the state versus Tibana Charlotte and Peter Nonyane.
Thank you. Andrew Ngoveni, you are warned that you are still under.
Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may just address the court. Your Worship, there was a confusion in respect of the papers because some of the documents were not furnished to the defense. And Your Worship, we just gave the defense counsel the copies as we've adjourned now, Your Worship.
Thank you.
We request, Your Worship, the defense to be given an opportunity to be able to properly take instructions in respect of the said documents which were given.
Thank you. For now, or what? Should we stall the evidence for now? Or
Yes.
what is the position? Because
Your
now
Worship.
we are towards our completion time. Let me hear from Mr. Malulek.
Your Worship, for the record, I confirm that indeed there's been a bit of what I would call ambush. Documents were unfortunately not shared according to how we have been running the matter. And it is the reason why we constantly raise to get clarification from the witness, which is something that should not happen. We have been furnished with bundles of documents that I must state at this moment in time, I've, in hindsight, had a discussion with my clients on the contents of these documents, which they are obviously not familiar with. And then it places the applicants in a bit of a predicament because whilst the witness is leading evidence, it might be that if we raise objections on things that are clear here because we have not had a chance to read these documents. As I say, it's quite unfortunate because we have run the matter in a format where documents were exchanged up front. There was a bundle of documents that were provided with respect to what the witness was to testify upon, but it turns out that these ones, referring to the V300s that he's testifying upon, as well as all the supporting documents, were never before us.
So your departure point is that we need to consult to be to be acquainted with the contents of the document in preparation for the eventual cross-examination or to follow the evidence of the witness as he proceeds.
Your Worship, the challenge is equally also on the following on the evidence because the state is relying on material that ought to have, as per our understanding, been given to us. However, for the sake of progress, Your Worship, we believe that perhaps for now, the remaining 15 minutes can be utilized to lead this evidence. We'll deal with it at a later stage because time is moving. However, we're just bringing to the attention of the court that there are documents that we didn't have.
Thank you. Then the state can now proceed with the evidence.
Se namchithisa ako kupina kuhlangana nyana kwalano mhaka ya maphepha lalwani imhaka ku loko hi va nyika maphepha lavan'wana va magqwetha a hi ta va nyika maphepha lawa onhelela se ivi na yena a ku mina a ni na nkingha ya ku va nga nyikiwa nkarhi wa ku bona va vulavula na vahihliwa va vona va tilunghisela eka ku vutiseni ka swivutiso kumbe ku yingisela loko mbhoni leyi kha yi nyika vumbhoni ivi se yena loko a hlamula a ti hlamulela a ku kahlekahle vanhu lavawani voyo hi nyika maphepha lamawani sweswiwani hina hi nga siza hi tilunghisela hi wona kumbe ku na lava nga hi nyika wona ku hi ta kota ku tilunghisela ku tengana ntluwani hi wona loko va nga hi nyiki maphepha o helela swi endla ku hina hi tshama hi kha hi tlakuka hi lava ku twisisa kahle timhaka letiwani ti vulavulaka hi mbhoni hi ku loko hi kombela ku va hi nyika vumbhoni byona byebyo hi nga si sungula hi va hi endlela ku hi ta kota ku hlaya hi twisisa ku humelela yini hi kota ku landzela swilo leswi swi ta va swi kha swi vulavuriwa amahlweni ka huvo a ku se ni languti ku kusele 15 minutes hi nga ha no yisa mahlweni va vutisa swivutiso leswin'wana hi ta langutana na swona eka ndzhaku.
Yes, advocate.
Thank you, sir, Your Worship. Now, sir, before we adjourned, you were testifying about a V300D. Which vehicle is this that you were referring to?
I'm referring to a vehicle which is a 2020 model Mercedes-Benz 2020 V300D. This vehicle, Riranzu wanted to purchase this vehicle. So I understand that maybe this was confused with the vehicle owned by accused number 2. I'm talking about another vehicle, which I'm saying that she presented the salary advice. As the court asked me, do I know how much she earns? And then I indicated that I don't know, but this salary advice was given to me because it was submitted when she wanted to buy Mercedes-Benz V300D 2020 model.
Ako ubulabula imova ya V300D. Ungayihlamusela kahle ku ubulabula imova iyi. Ako mova le kwani bulabula ku yona ya V300D le ya Mercedes-Benz ya Lembera 2020. Imova le ayilaba kushabiwa yena Riranzu Tibana. Nibi ni kuma maphepha okomba ku yena uhola mali muni le alaba kushaba mova kona niyakumi kona kweli anebulabuli hi mova ya yena mhehlo wa mbiri nebulabula hi le ayilaba kushabiwa hi yena Riranzu.
We can proceed, sir.
Yes. So I am saying that from the salary advice as presented by, or alleged to be presented by Riranzu, we discovered that Riranzu's salary advice shows that her basic salary is 141,128 rand.
Bakuloko yibona moholo wa yena ku ya maphepha lanwana ahlamusela ku ri yena ukuma 141,000 rands, 128 rands.
And her net pay is 86,754 rand.
Bakuloko seba koka koki hinkwaswo uri usala hi 86,754 rands.
Such a salary advice is for the 15th October 2025.
Baku muholo papila lerwana ra muholo ira rikombiku ira ti 15th October 2025.
And that Riranzu Tibana is employed by Charlotte Tibana attorneys.
Naku Riranzu Tibana utirela Charlotte Tibana attorneys la ngala ka ti lawyer.
So, Riranzu Tibana became our subject because we are saying that the vehicle which is alleged to be owned by accused number 1 and 2 because of the license number being registered under their children as Aya, Ayan, GP. And at all material times, this vehicle is in possession of the 2 accused before this court, but it is registered under the name of Riranzu Tibana, who happened to be the younger sister of accused number 1.
So if you are Riranzu Tibana,
This vehicle, how does it come into the V300? Because I think you are not talking about the Raptor, the Ford Raptor.
Yes. I'm saying that
you were explaining us about the V300.
we passed that one. Yes.
Are you done with that one? Okay, you are reverting back to the issue of a Ford Raptor.
Why now we're talking about the round?
I think when you conclude a particular subject, tell us you have concluded this subject, you are now getting into this one. Because you had already given us a picture of V300, which Riranzu wanted to buy, for which she was earning a salary of 141,000, the net pay being plus or minus 86,000. And whilst we are there, you ultimately now go back to Ayan vehicle. Whilst we don't know how you conclude that one. That is why I said, please try to finish one subject, and when you get to the next subject, let us know this is the next subject. Thank you.
Se vi hlamusela ku ri hi vi se hi languta yena rirhandzu Tibana hi mhaka ku yena movha leyiwani ya yona rapture leyi va fambaku hi yona muhehliwa wo sungula na wa vumbirhi leyi a ya ni GP yi vile mavitweni a yena hi swona swi nga endla ku se hi sungula ku n'wi lavisisa se huva yi hlamusela ku ri loko hi nga siya ka xiyenge xin'wanyani hi fanele hi hlamusela ku ri laha ya hi gimeteni kumbexana hi gimeteni se hi tlulela ka xin'wana xiyenge.
So in other words, you are trying to compare the two vehicles that they are being bought by the same person, although the other one has been declined. Or what is the position?
That's correct, Oshi.
Yeah.
Ako hi ndlela yin'wanyani a no lava ku kombisa ku ri timovha leti ti lavi ku va ka hansi ka mavito kumbe ti le hansi ka mavito wa yena munhu loyiwani na hambi liya yin'wanyani a nga kotangi ku yi xava.
Now, through your investigations, were you able to investigate how much does applicant number 2 earn?
Yes, Oshi. We got the copies of a salary advice from the city of Tshwane Metro. And the salary advice for accused number 2 shows that he earns 31,880 rand and 10 cents as the gross salary. And after deduction, accused number 2 and the net pay is 11,026 rand and 14 cents. This salary advice is for 24 of July 2026.
Baku se mi mi endla vulavisisi na loko swi ta ka timhaka ta ku yena mutihehliwa wa mumbirhi u hola mali muni baku i ntiyiso hi ndzi tano hi bihi ya le a tirhaka kona le ka metro hi kuma ku loko va nga za va koka u kuma 31,880 10 cents loko se va kokini hinkwaswo swilo swa vona u salela hi 11,000 rand and 26 rand 14 cents.
How and where did you obtain this document, the salary advice of the applicant number 2?
We received it from the Human Resource Management at the City of Tshwane through the internal investigator who's assigned to investigate misconduct by accused number 2. Then we requested that, and then they emailed it to us.
Bako se vumbhoni byona byebyo bya muholo wa yena mi byi kumi njhani kwihi ivi ako hi swi kumi ku ya hi phorisa leri ri endlaka vulavisisi le bya le ntirhweni ivi yena phorisa leriya ri swi teki ka lavaya va HR.
Your Worship, I request to stop here. I see the time, it's already 4, Your Worship.
Yeah, Mr. Goreni, it seems time is going to be against us today. We are almost at the end of the time for today. And it means that we are going to continue with your evidence on the next postponement case. Do you understand?
I understand, Your Worship.
Thank you. State and defense, what arrangement have you put in place? Pursuant to what we discussed as well in chambers.
Your Worship, I would like to bring it to the attention of the court issues that I canvassed upon my appearance in the first instance. That I unfortunately have a trial that is partly held in the High Court in Johannesburg, which is resuming on Monday, and it runs until the end of term, being the 18th of September. However, for the sake of progress on this matter, we'll ensure that a colleague that will either be briefed or from my office will attend to the conclusion of this matter, specifically to issues relating to the next 2 witnesses that the state intends to bring, and potentially the cross-examination of Mr. Ngobeni that is before court today. Having said that, I engaged my colleagues to figure out the next available date. However, in order for us to determine same, and heading to the court's question of yesterday, we wish to establish if the court is available on Monday, so that we can plan accordingly, Your Worship.
I think when both of you approached me in chambers, the court indicated that it has a package case or matter outside the jurisdiction of Polokwane, which case has been postponed to Monday, and most probably the case may take the whole day. So Monday is not available.
Your Worship, will then, in view of that situation, Tuesday, will the court be available to deal with them?
Available from Tuesday.
Let me engage my colleague, Your Worship.
Your Worship, I have a trial in the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court the whole of next week. That, Your Worship, if I can be granted at least less than 5 minutes to consult with my colleague with whom I'm paired in that particular matter as to whether she'll be able to proceed alone. And then
is it not wise to first postpone the matter to Tuesday, and then you interact with your colleague, and then you then revert back to us to tell us whether you're going to proceed and or other alternative arrangement has been made by your office together with Advocate Nzimande?
So the court pleases. Your Worship, Advocate Nzimande will not be available on Monday. Actually, it's on Tuesday, in the entire week. So, but it may be postponed to Tuesday.
Seeing that bail is aged, then there must be somebody on Tuesday.
Your Worship, I endeavor to proceed. I'm here in Polokwane in the Specialized Commercial Crimes Court B, but then I'll try to make the arrangements with my colleagues and the presiding officer as well as the attorneys to try and pardon me if that can work. Your Worship.
Your Worship,
This court will be available from Tuesday going forward.
Yes, court,
bail application is aged.
indeed, so Your Worship, hence even on our side, we made arrangements so that the matter does not stop. Someone proceeds for the sake of progress.
Should we now consider Tuesday to be the...
Indeed, so Your Worship. Your Worship, I just have one request. I accept that it might not be within the purview of the court, was that for the sake of progress and considering that either a counsel will be briefed to proceed with the next witnesses or one of the colleagues in the office, we humbly request that an order be made that accused number 2 be, in fact, the accused persons be kept at the police station for the upcoming weekend. This will enable whoever that we brief to be able to engage the accused persons in my presence and get proper instructions on how to deal with the current testimony. This is merely just to assist us to not have delays come Tuesday, Your Worship. Escort, please.
I don't think the court has got any qualms of that.
Escort, please.
The only thing is that the accused are in custody.
Escort, please.
Until the court pronounced the judgment. Yes, and should I now? Yes.
We do not have an issue with that, Your Worship.
Thank you.
In the interest of progress.
The applicants, you may stand up. Due to lateness of an hour, we are not going to proceed with this bail application. It is going to be scheduled for another day, which, as per our discussion, I hope you were listening. Monday, the court has a commitment for another matter that needs to be finalized outside this jurisdiction, this office, and therefore Tuesday the court will be available going forward. to the witness who would proceed on Tuesday as we are still under oath. So therefore this case is therefore postponed or remanded to the 1st of September 2026 with both accused in custody, and then the bail application will proceed on that day. There was a request which is administrative, which the defense has requested that the accused be kept at the police station, which this court does not have any qualms with that request.
Sebaku na duangwe na vumbe duangwe na sebaku ami ndiserini lokubasha msela makapo mbulu benge kuposi kutenga na duangwe na makapo banana ndulo mali bafana bakubawe bawe yisela sebaku kusuka wa mndiri kuyale mahlweni mina ndabane khona tayisela na duangwe bethara ngona kombela kumwe na mfana mebe kwala a police station se uboyo kumina kwalano kuba eswamina leswi ningelela ngofu lava bona maphorisa hi vona va swi tivaka ku va ta swi yisa ku yini mina a ngheni ngopfu kwala 1 September mtshami xitokisini.
Thank you. May this court now adjourn. This court in my office.
Next